I'm Brandon Kennedy, and you're watching H1 Unlimited on YouTube.
Good morning, race fans, and welcome to H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. I'm Brad Luce, along with Dustin Eccles. We are at the start-finish line on the Ted Jones Racecourse on Lake Washington, where, Dustin, we're overlooking a race course that is dark with clouds and all that stuff, but the good news is the wind is way down from where it was yesterday.
Yeah, big improvement from what we saw yesterday. It did encounter a little bit of rain this morning early, but right now the sun is out, and I can hear everybody getting everything warmed up, and we're looking really good.
And we've got boats in the water down there, and when I'm talking about boats, I'm talking H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. They are in the water because we are slated to go racing here with our Heat 2A and 2B coming up at 8:45, so it's not going to be long. We're going to have boats on the water. We've got our spotters and radio personnel for the race teams behind us. Starting to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really busy day. We saw the spotters coming over about 15 minutes ago, getting everything all ready, and there's a lot of action going on today, and everything needs to go off on time, and it's going to be a busy day for us.
It's going to be a very busy day, and we will cover it all from right here. Dustin and I will be all over it from a racing standpoint here on the start-finish line. We've got our Danny Rogers down in the pit area. She'll be busy talking to drivers and teams. Going to be a busy day, but we're ready. We've got a dance around the air show, and the schedule is in place. It all looks good. If we can just stay on that schedule, we'll be in great shape.
Yeah, I'm glad to see us starting out this morning, getting away from testing and actually going right into heat racing, so that way we can ensure we get everything in today, and I think a smart move.
But I think you'd rather have a test session if you could, would you?
In a perfect world, absolutely, but these guys want these points for the heat racing.
Yep.
No points for testing. This is where it counts.
This is where it all counts, and we've been running boats since Friday, so hopefully you've got it figured out by now. Conditions right now in the water, what do you think?
The water's looking pretty good. I mean, we're going to have some rollers. That's Seattle water, but overall it looks really good. As far as, the air, the wind, everything, this is made for horsepower. It's cool air. It's nice and damp out here. It's going to be a really fast day.
And we had some great racing yesterday, which we're going to talk about today as well. However, we're getting ready to go racing, as I was just talking about. Let's take a quick look at the boats that are going to come out in our Heat 2A of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. And based on qualifying points and points that were earned in the first heats yesterday, our Heat 2A looks like this. Lane number 1 going to be the U21. Beacon Plumbing presents the KZOK. That is driven by Gunnar O'Farrell. He had a good run yesterday and had maybe the closest finish we've ever seen at Seafair. Unfortunately, he lost the third place finish that he got. He lost it in the tech truck with no data recorded. But boy, it sure was an exciting moment here for a couple of minutes.
We were on edge. You know, we both were at the start-finish line looking right across the line on the perfect plane, and I couldn't decide who the winner was. We had to wait a long time to get the official word.
And then we saw the replay of it, and it literally was inches. It was that close. Lane number 2 is going to go to Jeff Bernard and Graham Trucking, the U12, in a boat that is very drivable. A boat that you like to say is very, very drivable.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
He's going to be sitting in lane number 2.
Yeah, the Graham Trucking, I mean, it's kind of the sleeper of the field right now. He didn't have a crazy fast qualifying time, but Bernard is so fast in this thing, and he's confident. He knows where it's going to go. He likes the lanes closer to the inside. He's right there.
Lane 3 is going to go to Jamie Nilsen, driving the FLAV-R-PAC. They looked really, really strong yesterday and were able to hold off a whole lot of speed in Jimmy Shane in their heat, at least for a while, almost 2.5 laps. They were able to keep him on a fender, but then Jimmy got around him. But the boat looked really, really good. I talked to that camp this morning. They really liked this draw. And part of the reason is because Brandon Kennedy and the U6 Royer Miss Madison chose the outside lane, so that moved them in one more. Yep, they got Andrew Tate sitting right outside the right side window, but they like where they're sitting. But to your point, in talking with the team this morning, they said they better keep an eye on Jeff Bernard.
Yeah, and, you know, Jamie yesterday, he found the limits of that boat. He hung it so far down this front straightaway. He found the limits. He backed her down a little bit, but what a great run. And they know the fast boats on each side of them. It's going to be a good one.
So lane number 1, Beacon Plumbing presents KZOK with Gunnar O'Farrell. 2 will go to the Graham Trucking and Jeff Bernard. Lane 3, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, Jamie Nielsen. Lane 4, boat number 1, BWR Racing and Andrew Tate. And on the outside, lane 5, the Royer presents Miss Madison with Brandon Kennedy. O'Farrell, Bernard, Nilsen, Tate, Kennedy, inside out. Boy, 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 4 boats there on the monitor in the water. We've got boats in the water, I believe, that are going to be in the B section of our heats already. So a lot of activity down in the pit area. Beautiful shot right there. You can see we're in a morning sun. Everything looking good. Everything's in place. Let's go racing, Dustin.
Absolutely. What a great way to start this beautiful Seattle Seafair Sunday. I can't think of a better picture than what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and I know when I grew up, and you remember this too, but there was a time when Sunday was race day.
Absolutely.
And it still is to a certain degree. We used to do all our racing on Sunday, and thus the Sunday race day idea, but it's still race day to a lot of people. I know it's race day to me, and that's what we're going to do today, and we're going to pull out the big trophy at the end of the day. Somebody is going to walk out of here with the Seafair trophy, and that's a big crown, and that's a big jewel to put in that crown.
And they have a lot of work ahead of them today. There's a lot of heat racing, a lot of laps in this treacherous course, so whoever wins it, they're going to earn it.
And that's the way it should be. So, Brad Luce, along with Dustin Eccles, we've got Danny Rogers down in the pit area, and the way we have been handling the last couple of events, our timing sequence for our starts, it's not been the traditional 10 minutes to the 5 minutes to the 5-minute mark, and then counting down from there. When the boats are in the water, the drivers are in the boats, and they radio to the officials that they are ready, then our chief referee gets in their ear with a 2 or 1 minute countdown to the 5-minute mark, and we go. So when everybody's ready, let's make it happen and go racing. So this could come up very quickly. We could see a clock begin with a countdown from 6 minutes down to the 5-minute mark when the boats can come out on the Ted Jones race course.
Yeah, and the fact that the spotters were over here so early this morning, that just tells me that these teams are antsy. They want to get on the water. They want to get going. And, you know, I picked up on one thing this morning, and it looks like they're going to be okay right now, but all the teams get here early, and they do all their pre-testing and make sure all the systems work. The U6 Royer Miss Madison actually had an issue. Not sure if it was with an igniter box, but they actually could not get their engine to fire this morning. So the team was working very, very hard. I see them in the water right now. They're good to go, but they were scrambling this morning, so it's great to see them in the water.
Get that scrambling done early. Apparently that was the case for the Royer Miss Madison. Dustin on that story. It's always fun. Dustin, I know you do it. I do it. It's just probably out of habit for you, but it certainly is for me as well. You get to the race course and you just kind of, to me, it's part of the best part of the whole day. You just start walking through the pits. You're saying good morning to everybody, number one, but you're kind of just having conversations. What are you doing? What are you thinking about for the day? What do you want to change? What are you looking for? It's just a fun time, the quiet and the calm before the storm.
Yeah, and you can pick up on everyone's, mentality for the day. If they're cool, calm, and collected, and they're drinking their cup of coffee, that's a great way you see everybody in the morning. And the other guys that look a little frazzled, you can tell that they've been up early and they've been working really hard. And you ask them, hey, what's going on? So, yeah. Great to see the Royer Miss Madison in the water, ready to go. And, most of these other teams, they said that last night was pretty uneventful, which is exactly what they were hoping for, especially after a windy day like yesterday. The boats made it through okay, and they're ready for some fast racing today.
Yeah, looking at the split screen there on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel and our live stream, you're looking right down the barrel of the Royer Miss Madison there as the boat sits at the dock. And then you've got the view on the left side there that we have here from the start-finish line tower, looking down toward the Stansers Memorial Pit area, which is 99 days out of 100 on the year. It's a nice quiet park with some boats maybe down there being launched for pleasure craft and so forth. But it becomes this small little city once a year on the Seafair weekend, and that's what's going. You would not believe, we talked about it Friday, but if you've never been down here and in the pit area, you would not believe the amount of equipment, trucks, trailers, cranes, boats. You wouldn't believe what they were able to pigeonhole into that small area. It's quite a sight.
It is, and watching all the people, orchestrate this thing, it's a finely tuned machine. Everyone knows what they're doing at every minute. They're fueling boats and having to move the crowd around, and it's pretty fun to just kind of sit back and watch. I've never been able to enjoy it from this perspective before.
Well, we're glad to have you up here. I know we got to go down, you and I, and have some fun in the pit area on camera yesterday. That was a good time walking through the pits, talking to people. But we're back up on our perch where we've got probably as good a view of the race course as almost anybody does here. And it's Seafair Sunday, our largest summer festival here in the greater Northwest in the Seattle area. We're ready to go. We got boats in the water. We should be, let me look at my clock. I've got 8:49, so we wanted to be on schedule. If we can put some boats on the water right now, we would be on that schedule. Our boats are in the water. You are looking on the screen. Those of you on the H1 live stream looking at the BWR Racing on the left side of the screen. That is Andrew Tate's boat. He will be in lane number 4 in our first heat coming up this morning. That is our Heat 2A. Andrew Tate, and then you're looking at the right side of the screen, the U-27 Miss Apollo, Jimmy Shane. He will be in lane 4 on the outside of our Heat 2B coming up after 2A. All the boats are in the water. We're ready to go. And it looks like the Madison is moving away from the dock. So I do not see a clock on the screen, but Madison is definitely moving away from the dock. It's not really fired yet, Dustin Eccles.
No, he's working on it, and I heard it lit for a second, then I think the fire went out, and he is working on getting it going as we speak. Yeah, hopefully whatever issue they were having this morning, they've got that remedied. I did hear it trailer fire a little while ago, so hopefully everything is going okay in their camp.
And there's part of me looking at BWR Racing on our screen with the lid still up. There's part of me that's wondering and maybe hoping that they were premature and starting to leave the dock, and somebody caught him and said, hold.
Yeah, in this pit area, like you spoke about, it's a little different setup than what we usually see at the races. It's there's two different sides, or actually three different sides, and the Royer Miss Madison is on the opposite side from the other boats facing out towards the lake right now. So they're kind of on their own little pit area, and yeah, maybe they got a bad count or heard something that we didn't.
There you're getting to see the Royer Miss Madison. What you really can't tell from that view is that the boat is actually pointed back toward the shoreline. If he can get this thing, get the candle lit when the time comes, he's going to have to come hard to the right to get it out on the race course. But Brandon Kennedy knows how to handle a race boat. He can make that happen. I'm not worried about that.
And one thing to keep in mind, too, I'm hoping they don't give a count right now, because that gentleman on the front of the tender boat, he would have the hot seat, to say the least. But they're going to probably spin him around here and get him back to the dock.
Yep, that's clearly what they're going to do. And whether they take him back to the dock, we'll see. But they're going to spin him around and at least point him in the right direction.
Another thing to keep in mind, when you shut these engines off, you actually pull the throttle back to the stop position, and now the throttle needs to be reset to ground idle, and that's basically, most of the time the cowling has to come back off to redo that, unless the driver's familiar enough with the feeling of the throttle. But that's actually a little procedure that goes in to put these things back to be able to restart once you shut them down. So that hopefully that doesn't become an issue here for Brandon also.
So it'll be interesting now to see if they push the boat back to their slot in the finger piers. So while we await to see what happens with the Royer Miss Madison, let's once again take a look at the drivers, and let's look at exactly who the drivers are in our Heat 2A. And we're going to start with the boat on the inside. There he is, Gunnar O'Farrell, Go Fast, Turn Left Racing, sponsored this weekend by Beacon Plumbing, presents KZOK. Gunnar's always a fun one. He had some fun yesterday because he got to race yesterday.
He did. He had the race of his life, and it was so much fun to watch, and hearing the crowd cheer for him. What a cool day for Gunnar. I wish the outcome would have been better, but he raced his heart out.
Next up is going to be lane number 2. Jeff Bernard, there he is. He's been anxious to race all year. He wanted to go back east and race in Madison. Didn't get the opportunity to do that, but he had a good showing in the Tri-Cities last week. And he is back here for the Seattle Seafair. Jeff Bernard, ready to go racing always. And they did not push the Madison back into their finger pier, but it almost looks like he's going to continue to spin back around. He's going to be in the same predicament he was. I think he's anxious. Let's go. Give me a green light. I can fire this thing and bring it out. Let's take a look at our boat in lane number 3. That's going to be Jamie Nilsen. Talked to him last night as he was walking out of the pit area. Talked to him again this morning. He's ready. He's loving the fact that this boat's got all that speed. But just like you guys always say, what did he tell me? Yeah, if we can just find some more speed, we'll be good to go. That's what you guys do.
Yeah, you could always want just a little bit more, but Jamie's doing a fantastic job adapting his driving style to that faster boat, and he's learning very, very quick how to handle it, and it shows.
And next up is going to be the boat in lane number 4, BWR Racing. You want to see a guy that's hungry? How about that dude right there, Andrew Tate. Out of Michigan, he wants to win as much or more than anybody else that's going to be competing here today. He is our defending Lake Washington champion. He knows this race course, he knows that boat, and he knows what he's going to have to do to win today, and he wants it.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not big on talking right now. He just wants to show everyone.
And you're looking at the U6 Royer Miss Madison down there, Brandon Kennedy. There's the guy they've been spinning around like a top down there, and they've done it a couple of times, and now you see they're still nudging the front of that boat to keep it pointed in the right direction. But now we're on the clock. We got 5 minutes and 35 seconds. I think you'll see that patrol boat get out of the way because he is, to your point, in a bad spot. Now he backs up, so that's going to be clear. Everything looks good to go. We're 25 seconds from our Heat 2A of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Brad Luce along with Dustin Eccles and a whole bunch of fans here along the shoreline. Stand up, get a good view. We're going racing in 10 seconds. I certainly hope, to your point, Brandon Kennedy can fire that boat in the 3, 2, 1 mark.
Yeah,
5 minutes.
If he's got the throttle set up to where he's familiar with, he'll be able to reset it in the cockpit to ground idle. But there is a little bit of a tricky spot to doing that, so we'll find out here shortly.
Find out if and he can do that. First away from the dock, you see it. Well, there's 1, 2, 3 boats coming away. Make it 4 boats away from the dock very quickly. Keeping an eye on the Madison down there to see if Brandon can get that one lit. The rest of the boats are away from the dock. The Beacon Plumbing presents KZOK, Graham Trucking, Miss FLAV-R-PAC, BWR Racing. They are all up and running. And here comes the Miss Madison and Brandon Kennedy. So he is up and away. It's going to be a good day, Dustin Eccles, and there's our first little bit of good news. Dustin had an issue getting away early. They got him spun around in the right way, and to your point, he's got to get to ground idle. He got there, got it lit. Let's go racing.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go. And he comes out on the race course with a little bit of authority. Brandon Kennedy does. But all our boats are out on the water. Again, if you are new to H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing and you're going, well, okay, now what's going on here? Well, this is a milling period, which is basically a warm-up period for our boats on the water, but we are watching a clock, and we're now at 3 minutes and 35 seconds until the start. Our boats have to cross the start-finish line like they are doing right now. Our boats have to cross the start-finish line one time at speed before the start, and that's just a score-up so the officials know they are out there, and they check them off the list. Everybody's there, present, and accounted for. But now the racing begins because the boats want to put the boats and the drivers want to be at the start-finish line at full speed when the clock strikes 0 in exactly 3 minutes. They want to be right on the start-finish line in front of Dustin Eccles and myself. You do not want to get across that start-finish line before the clock strikes 0. Dustin, that's a 1-minute penalty, and you're not going to win the heat that way. But be 2 or 3 ticks late at the start, and you're going to trail everybody down to the first turn, and you're not going to be competitive. It's a fine line.
It's about as tricky as it can possibly be. You know, trying to time these at 160 miles an hour plus to hit the line at 0 or so close to 0. And, you know, if, like you say, if you're a tick late, it's all for naught. And one thing we didn't cover before this, Brad, is the Royer Miss Madison, Brandon Kennedy, he had second choice in lanes, and he actually chose the outside. So that's going to be something I'm kind of curious about, but we'll see if that strategy works out for him.
We'll see how it plays out. Again, our boats inside out. U21 Beacon Plumbing presents KZOK. He'll be on the inside. That's Gunnar O'Farrell. Jeff Bernard in the Graham Trucking. He'll be in lane 2. Jamie Nilsen in the yellow and blue Miss FLAV-R-PAC. He'll be in the middle of the pack, lane 3. Andrew Tate in the gold and white with black trim. The BWR Racing. He'll be in lane 4. And the aforementioned Royer Miss Madison. It's black, it's white, it's yellow. Brandon Kennedy, he will be on the outside. Now we got a couple of our boats just cruising slowly down the front straightaway there. On the screen you're seeing the blue and white of the Beacon Plumbing presents KZOK. Right next to him, the black and red of the Graham Trucking and Jeff Bernard. They're just going to scruff off some time. Again, fans, the idea, put your boat at the start-finish line with a whole lot of boat speed when the clock strikes 0, and the boats are now starting to form up and bunch up at the bottom end of the race course. Do you like where they are, Dustin?
I do. I think they're lined up really good right now. You know, Gunnar O'Farrell, he's got to be really careful because with that inside lane, if he's late, that's going to be disastrous. That's the worst place to be. So he's got to time this thing just perfect and lead everybody into turn number 1.
Tight on the buoy row at the 1-minute mark. Our 2 first boats come off the corner. They are starting down the backstretch. The field is going to pull up behind them. Andrew Tate, you're looking at there on the screen. He is trailing the field coming out of the corner, but not by very much. They will all bunch up as we come up on the 40-second mark. 40 seconds to the start of Heat 2A at the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair.
I like how they're all up there bunched together right now, Brad. They're going to protect their lanes, make sure that they don't have a lane closed down, the wind doesn't blow water on them. They're looking good.
They are looking good as they come up on the backstretch. Now you're going to watch probably for Andrew Tate to wind his boat up on the far left-hand side of your screen. He's on the outside. He's got the longest way to go, and he's going to really wind it up wide. We're going to get to the exit pin at about 11 seconds, and everybody starts to put the hammer down now. We are inside 10 seconds. We are inside 5. We are 3, 2, 1. Mark, wow, what a start for Jamie Nilsen again, coming from the middle of the pack in lane 3 at a beauty, and off to his right is Andrew Tate. We'll go to the drone and get a look at how they're coming through the corner, but so far it is Jamie Nilsen. He's going to come off with the lead, but boy, he's got company, Dustin.
Oh, look at Bernard. Bernard is tight in lane number 2, keeps Gunnar O'Farrell honest, and he is charging really hard, but look at Tate on the outside now, stretching out the lead just a little bit. He passes the U11, but the U11's hanging right with him.
Yeah, the U11's got that top end speed as we get up to the top end of the race course. On the inside, it is Jamie Nilsen. He's on the inside of Andrew Tate, but it is still Jeff Bernard. As Dustin said, he's on that inside lane. In lane 1, he's not out of this yet, but our leader, Andrew Tate, on the outside, coming from lane 4. He's still got Jamie Nilsen in that left side rear view mirror, and to your point, don't count out Bernard. 1 down, 2 more to go.
Yeah, Bernard is waiting right in the shadows right now for Jamie Nilsen to make a mistake, but Nilsen's still charging hard for the lead. He's not giving up. He's only a half a rooster tail back right now and not giving up any ground. Tate drifts a little bit wide here. Nilsen's going to pull up almost alongside of him.
Jamie Nilsen now, this is where the acceleration of Andrew Tate seems to take over, but we've seen Jamie Nilsen with some top end speed start to close in it at the top end of the race course. He doesn't want to let Andrew Tate get too far away if he's going to continue to fight with him before he throws in the towel and gives up, but he's not going to do that yet, and Bernard's still got his nose in there.
Yeah.
Although Jeff just got wet, got in some rough water, and he moved outside.
And it looked to me like the 11 had overlap. He went to the pin. Jamie Nilsen went into lane number 1. Bernard didn't have much room to go, but he was trying to make up ground on Andrew Tate, but Andrew Tate's going to stretch it out just a little bit as Jeff Bernard falls back.
2 up and 2 down, 1 to go. Our leader, Andrew Tate, at the bottom end of the race course, certainly driving Jamie Nilsen clean. He's giving him plenty of room down there, Dustin.
Yeah, Jamie Nilsen doing everything he can to get through that turn fast. I mean, he was on the buoys, drifts out a little bit to get the boat speed up, and he's got top end, so he'll see if he can reach him at the end of the chutes here.
3rd place goes to Jeff Bernard in the Graham Trucking, and how about our friend Gunnar O'Farrell driving the Beacon Plumbing presents KZOK. He is running in 4th position, and the Madison, the Royer Madison, driven by Brandon Kennedy, is in 5th place. Top end of the race course, Nilsen just does not want to go away. The checkered flag flies here on the start-finish line tower. Andrew Tate, the U1, the defending Lake Washington champion, is going to come down and claim a victory in Heat 2A on the water. 2nd place to a very game Jamie Nilsen. Here comes Jeff Bernard. He likes that boat. It'll handle a lot of different water conditions, and he was back in the slop, but he handled it well.
He was in a bad position there at lap number 2, and Jamie Nilsen had to close the door. I think he had overlap. We'll wait to make sure, but he went to the inside, and Jeff Bernard didn't have a lot of room to go anywhere else, but good run for that U12 Graham Trucking.
And a good run for Gunnar O'Farrell in the U21. Beacon Plumbing presents KZOK as the Royer Miss Madison comes across the finish line. He will come home in 5th position. 5 started, 5 finished, and again, for our new fans, don't put that finish order down in pen just yet. Write it down in pencil, because our boats get back to the pit area and the officials will take a data acquisition box out of the boats. They will put them in the tech truck, and we will check some technical information there, make sure everybody was legal in the tech truck. Once we get that legally, then we will have an official final order of finish. But it was good on the water. Jamie Nilsen, boy, what a start he had.
It was a perfect start. Yeah, it was absolutely perfect. Exactly what he had to do to try to get out early, and he did a great job. And I was a little surprised at Brandon Kennedy being as late as he was to the party, but you know, he was on the outside and he hasn't been out there all weekend, so there's totally different timing marks out there. Hopefully he can learn from that and just you know, put his best foot forward in the next heat.
Yeah, that's a long way around.
It
You
is.
get 5 boats out there, and it's a long, long way around this race course.
And he had, you know, the little issues before the start of just trying to get the thing lit, get it pointed away from the beach. So he had a lot on his mind, and at least he got some good points going forward. We spoke yesterday. This is a 6-boat front row final. So, wow, that's going to be so crazy. These guys need to have an inside lane to try to stay clean, and he's going to do everything he can to get some points.
Fans on the shoreline between our broadcast position and the pit area just got a really good look at the Royer Miss Madison as Brandon Kennedy brought that boat by. And we just heard from our H1 officials, and again, for our new fans that are watching, we just got word from the officials that everything was clean on the water. Now what that means is the racing, and as far as boats encroaching on another boat's position, sliding in, moving out, this sort of thing, none of that occurred. Everything was clean on the water. So that's a big box to check. That one has been checked, and now they will take those data acquisition boxes up to the tech truck. They will look at the data they have in there. We'll get them clear on the tech truck, and then our results will be official. But right now they are unofficial, and your unofficial winner of H1 Unlimited Heat 2A, U1 BWR Racing, Andrew Tate. He would pick up 400 points. Second place will go to the U11 FLAV-R-PAC, Jamie Nilsen. He would get 300 points. Bernard would pick up 225 for his third place finish. As you get a good look there at Andrew Tate climbing out of the cockpit of the U1 BWR Racing. And typical Andrew Tate, no socks.
Yeah, he's in his comfort zone. He's right where he wants to be, and to go out there and do what he does, he's got to feel comfortable. I was really impressed with the U21 there. The Beacon Plumbing presents the Go Fast Turn Left. I mean, they just had a great run. Gunnar did what he needed to do. He had a good start. He was on the inside. I'm really impressed. I mean, they ran that boat well and very respectable.
While we await an interview with Andrew Tate from our Danny Rogers, Seafair would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to Oberto. Oberto is proud to again be the official meat snack of Seafair. Whether you're on the shore or on the water, for over 40 years, Oberto has been synonymous with Seafair. Oberto, how Seattle snacks since 1918. Seafair says thank you to Oberto. So let's throw it down. I understand our Danny Rogers is ready and standing by with Andrew Tate. Let's go to Danny Rogers in the pit area.
This morning, Andrew, Brandon Kennedy gave you a gift. He picked lane number 5 so you could move in one. What kind of difference does it make driving in the 4 lane as opposed to that outside lane?
We're still out there, but I guess that means we're doing something right before that. So, yeah, I think probably a smart move by Brandon. He's just a little bit down on boat speed and learning the boat and a little bit new to all. I mean, I think he just wanted to stay clean and let us go race, see if he could pick up some extra points. Maybe we'd get together somewhere there. But big difference, the 11 boat's fast, and if we were stuck out in 5, we might not have got around them. But kudos to those guys. They keep getting faster every weekend, and but we're looking pretty good and feeling good here too.
Another set of heats before the finals coming up today. What is your mindset as you just await all this racing today?
One lap at a time, one heat at a time. My mindset's just on to the next one, I guess. We'll wait and see what happens here with Jimmy and the rest of the group in 2B, and I guess can't really do much until we see where they land and what the points are, and then try and make a plan for where we're at in the third heat. But looking forward to it. Looking forward to getting through that one clean and hopefully being in a good position for the final.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Boy, there's a guy that's got his game face on. He's usually all smiles and talking down there after a heat win, but it's just one more heat, one more lap. He knows what still lays ahead of him and a task at hand. I just keep saying it, he is so focused.
Absolutely, yeah. You can't start celebrating a heat win when you have as much challenging racing ahead of you in the day. We're early in the day right now. Yeah, they're having a great weekend, but if you start to lose focus at this point, it's not going to bide well for you. So he's doing a great job. Just eye on the prize, not celebrating. His team's going to go to work, making that thing faster and faster. And right now his not teammate, Jimmy Shane, is getting ready to see if he can go out and do the same thing. But look to his left and our right. He's got a couple strong boats there going to try to mess that up for him.
Certainly does. Hey, Seafair would like to take this opportunity to thank Barnhart Cranes. Barnhart Crane is one of the largest heavy lift and heavy transport organizations in the United States with over 50 years of service to our community and customers. Barnhart prides itself on providing innovative solutions for its customers' needs. Barnhart Cranes, thank you from Seafair. And Tulalip Resort and Casino. When all you want is everything, immerse yourself in Washington's premier gaming destination with AAA 4-diamond accommodations, a full-service spa, top-notch entertainment, and award-winning restaurants. Tulalip Resort and Casino, they've been on board with Seafair for many, many years. Thank you, not only from Seafair, but from all of us here. Thank you, Tulalip.
And Brad, we're under 1 minute to the 5-minute gun, so we're getting close here.
We are indeed ready to roll. And because of the way these heats get selected and put together, this is not something the Strong Racing team wants to do. They would prefer their two boats get put in separate heats. But because of the way things shook out yesterday and the finish order and the points, we find both strong boats squaring off against each other. One of them, the Beacon Plumbing presents Maverick with J. Michael Kelly, will be in lane number 2, and lane number 3 will go to Corey Peabody. That is the boat on the right side of your screen right there. The Beacon Plumbing presents Tahoe Mist. Lane 1's going to be Bucket List Racing with Dylan Runne, and on the far outside, that rocket ship known as Miss Apollo and Jimmy Shane. Let's take a look at the drivers that are going to go in our Heat 2B. We talked about Bucket List Racing being in lane number 1. There's Dylan Runne. He'll be behind it. He's got a tall order here, but he can handle it in that boat. And if the boat's ready to go and he can get to that corner with everybody, they'll have their hands full with him. Lane 2 is going to be the 00. J. Michael Kelly driving the Beacon Plumbing presents the Maverick. He is away from the dock. He is on the water. Look for J. Michael Kelly to have a strong finish here in this one from lane 2. Lane number 3 is going to be his teammate. Beacon Plumbing presents Tahoe Miss and Corey Peabody. They were childhood friends and neighbors growing up, went to school together. They know each other well, but right now that friendship's out the window. They want to go out and compete and win. And then on the far outside, we mentioned that rocket ship, the U-27 Captain America for right now. Jimmy Shane, the man has been difficult to beat, Dustin Eccles. He's going to be on the far outside. He's got a lot of speed off to his left. This could be fun.
He does, yeah. He's had almost a perfect season so far, but, you know, he's not putting anything out there, any expectations. He's focused on what he has right in front of him right now. And, you know, right now they've got a fast orange boat inside of them, so this is going to be a tight heat with all 4 of these guys.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Dylan Runne step this thing up and really get it going as we hit the 3-minute 30-second mark before our start. Again, reminding our fans, all of the boats have to come across the start-finish line one time at speed prior to the start of the heat to be legal. And all the boats will check that box very quickly. Dylan Runne's already done it. Now coming across the start-finish line is J. Michael Kelly. And the Beacon Plumbing presents the Maverick on the outside there. The blue and white boat screams across. That is Jimmy Shane, and off to his left and on the inside, Corey Peabody. And the Beacon Plumbing presents the Tahoe Miss. So there's your 4 boats. They're on the water, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. You ready, Mr. Eccles? I know you are.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm pacing back and forth. I'm just as nervous as if I was in the boat myself. So this is going to be a good one. And, you know, in my opinion, you know, Dylan Runne, he needs a win here. He doesn't just need a few points or something. They didn't have a good first heat yesterday, and he needs a win. He needs to get a good lane in the final, and to do that, he needs a lot of points.
Well, he would love to do it right now. His owners that you know so very well, Kelly and Sharon Stockland, they would love it as well. So would the crew. He's getting to know the boat more and more every time he gets on the water in it. We know it's fast. We know he can drive. And at some point, that's all going to come together. We've got a boat cutting across the race course here. That is Jimmy Shane. He cut the course from the back stretch to the front stretch. And that is a perfectly legal maneuver. He can do that. Again, we're not fighting for lanes. Everybody knows the lanes they're going to run in, so it's just a matter of timing for him to do that. He wasn't where he wanted to be at a specific point in time.
Yeah, he's got a lot of boat speed to where he can kind of go wherever he wants in the race course right now. And we look at the strong boats; they're up there, a little early, coming up on a minute and a half until the start, but they're looking okay, and they can scrub some speed off. Dylan Runne, when you're on the inside, there's not a lot of room to scrub time off the clock, so he's doing a good job of just going around the course here, and he'll probably get on it a little bit because you don't want to be late on the inside.
No, I kind of thought those two guys might cut the race course up there at the top, but they did not. They being Dylan Runne and Jimmy Shane. Shane's actually run a pretty hot lap here right now as he comes down the front straightaway, and he'll slot himself on the far outside. We're still not yet at 1 minute, albeit we're getting close. 2 seconds, 1 second. Mark, 1 minute to the start of Heat 2B of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. All our boats are down at the lower end of the race course. John Walters used to tell me, Dustin Eccles tells me, about a minute coming off that exit pin. You're in good shape. I like where they are.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good. And, J. Michael Kelly's up there just a little bit early with the Maverick, but he's a veteran at this course. I think he's probably got more laps out here than anyone in the pits. So he knows where he wants to be, and this is going to be a barn burner for a start.
Well, here we go. 25 seconds until the start. 25 seconds. J. Michael Kelly's in 2. You see him leaving room there for Dylan Runne and the Bucket List Racing on the inside of him. Then you got the two boats coming up on the outside of him. We are at the exit pin of 12 seconds, and now Dustin drops his hand here saying, go, go, go. Let's bring him to the line. It is Heat 2B of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup. 2 seconds, 1 mark. Where racing appeared to be legal, and Jimmy Shane got the jump on the field, but he's way on the outside. The start was clean. Looking there on the inside, look at Dylan Runne in the bright orange Bucket List Racing. He's going to hit the exit pin with a lead, Dustin. He got a good start.
He did. He nailed it on the inside, got out to a good clean lead here, and he's going to lead the field down the back straightaway, and he's not giving up any ground. He's pulled him a little bit.
Yeah, he is not giving up ground, and we're talking about Jimmy Shane on the far outside, but he's got Corey Peabody just off to his left. He's got to deal with Peabody first before he can even think about going after Dylan Runne off the top end of the race course. Dylan Runne in the U40 Bucket List Racing, running like a rocket ship. He's got almost 2/3 of a rooster tail, but here comes Shane.
Yeah, Shane's on the outside, but he's got Peabody to worry about right now. He cannot move over to try to chase Dylan Runne, and Dylan Runne controls the race course. He's doing a great job. He's keeping the field out a little bit wide. He tucks in at the apex. Now he's going to drift out a little bit wide at the exit.
Dylan off the corner, still got a lead, but boy, in the right side mirror, he's got a lot of blue and white of the Miss Apollo, but he's still got Corey Peabody in there. And to your point, Shane cannot move over yet. As much as Corey can hold off and stay in the rooster tail of Jimmy Shane, that will help Dylan Runne. We're going to come down and put the second of 3 laps in the books. Runne off the top end of the race course, gets a little soupy up there, but he got through it clean and comes down. Dylan Runne, Bucket List Racing, will put 2 in the books. Got 1 to go, Dustin.
1 more lap to go, and I don't know if Jimmy Shane's going to be able to do it here. He's just now got overlap on Corey Peabody, so he can move in to lane number 2, but right now Dylan Runne still controls the race course. He's going to try to not show those buoys to Jimmy Shane and keep him guessing, and he's doing a great job right now.
This is the final lap, the checkered flag lap, and you've got Dylan Runne. Dustin Eccles said he needed a victory here in this one. He is a half a lap away, but he's got a boat right in his right side mirror that is a half a rooster tail behind him. And it's Jimmy Shane, but up at the top end of the race course now. Can he hold him off? Dylan Runne with a great start, and so far he's parlayed. Boy, he went nice and wide. He gave a tour of that upper corner to Jimmy Shane, and it is going to be Dylan Runne in the U40 bucket list racing. He's going to take the victory on the water in our Heat 2B. Jimmy Shane comes home in second place. Third place is going to go to Corey Peabody. He will come down in third. Fourth place will be J. Michael Kelly. Holy smoke, you said he needed 400. He's got them on the water. On the water. We still got tech inspection and all that, but it started with an outstanding start.
That is how you do it, and that just shows you the importance of who you have on your inside and who you have on your outside, because he had some really fast boats in between himself and Jimmy Shane, and he was lucky enough to keep those boats there for long enough to where he could get a lead ahead of Jimmy Shane and keep Jimmy out in lane number 3, lane number 4, and he got that lead he needed. He did a perfect job, textbook.
Very, very good racing here, and you're going to see Dylan Runne cut across the race course, come on the GP upper corner and come down and head back to the pit area to what I am going to assume will be a very happy crew ownership group, the whole team down there. They've worked so hard, as you know more than anybody, how hard they've worked. And boy, this gives them all a big shot in the arm.
This is exactly what that team needed. Yeah, they have the parts and pieces. They just got to put it all together. And you can see Dylan's confidence and the way he hung back just a hair on the start to where he hit the line at full speed and led the entire field into turn number 1. And then on top of that, he drove a perfect race. He kept a perfect line. If you look back where, he controls the race course, he's keeping Corey Peabody guessing on where those buoys are. And Corey was hanging right there for so long. Jimmy Shane could not see those buoys. He couldn't react to it, and that just kept him out there. It was perfect.
Well done. Yeah, that's how other boats can actually assist your effort, and that's exactly what Corey Peabody was doing, not by design. He was just racing himself, but the fact that he was able to hang with Jimmy Shane on his left, it made Jimmy drive a bigger race course. Wow, that was kind of fun.
Oh, that's a lot of happy guys down there, and I'm so happy for them. They've worked so hard, like you said, and it's just nice to see them have some success down here in Seattle, and hopefully they can just carry that on. I mean, if you can go out there and beat Jimmy Shane, the Miss Apollo, in anything, a heat race, anything, that is really saying something about the quality of that team.
Yeah, absolutely. With the way that boat has been running this year and the way Jimmy's been driving it, if you can pick up a victory, I don't care how you get it, that is really, really positive. So there it was on the screen, and we have been told, first step, everything is clean on the water. That means there was nobody jumping the gun. That means nobody was cutting somebody off or sliding out and encroaching on other people in their lane. So far, so good. And now they will take the boxes out of the boat, the data acquisition system, take it up to the tech truck where they will begin looking at that data. And hopefully that's all clean. You'd hate to see somebody get disqualified for that. We'd like to see it go clean because it was so good on the water. And I understand our Danny Rogers is standing by with what I am sure is a very happy Dylan Runne.
Dylan, we've been patiently waiting for this boat to come together today. What made that happen so you could be the winner out on the water right now?
Yeah, I mean, this team's been sticking with me through a rough couple weeks here. They've been working really, really hard to put this boat together. Honestly, we just needed a good shot. We need a little bit of luck on our side. I think we got the boat set up there, and quite frankly, I had to go clear my head a little bit and just get back to doing what we know how to do.
You had Jimmy Shane chasing you the entire time. What was your vantage point of trying to stay ahead of him?
Yeah, I mean, that BWR boat's really fast. Jimmy racing against each other for a long, long time. Actually, our first time squaring up in an unlimited head-to-head, so that was pretty awesome. He kind of set me up for my first unlimited ride, so kind of a little bit full circle right there. But, awesome start to the day. A lot of work to do for the rest of the day, but we'll see where we go.
Does this moment give you a little bit of some time to exhale?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's been a little tense the last couple of days, maybe in weeks. So happy we could take a break, check the boat over, see what changes we need to make for the next heat, and then see where we land.
Appreciate it. Congrats.
Awesome. Thank you.
Young man was a little out of breath there. I guess you would know a little bit about that. I think part of that might be excitement, but certainly it is exhausting, and he had his hands full.
These things are so physical, and you work so hard driving it. It's not like you're just laid back in a seat and cranking the wheel. And the other half of that, it's mental. You need to put yourself in a good mental place going into a heat like that. He knows how important it is, but you don't want to put so much pressure on yourself. You go out and make a mistake early, and he did it perfectly. He went out there made a perfect start, drove a perfect race, and it just shows you the quality of that boat. You know, it handled great, and they're getting all the stuff dialed in to where that's going to be a hard boat to beat here in the future.
You are watching H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. You are watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. Brad Luce along with Dustin Eccles. Danny Rogers is down in the pit area. We got a cast of thousands here on the shoreline. The crowd is still forming and still coming in. Seafair would like to take this opportunity to let our fans know who might be watching or listening to us on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel that if you have general admission tickets from yesterday, Saturday, those tickets will be valid today, Sunday. So if you have a Saturday general admission ticket and you do not have a Sunday ticket but would like to come down, your Saturday ticket will get you in. And that's because of the abbreviated program we had yesterday with regards to the Blue Angels and the wind and everything that was going on. So if you've got Saturday tickets, stick them in your pocket. If you want to come down, we'd love to have you. There's still room here on the beach. Come down and watch the world's fastest race boats.
Yeah, what a good way to, spend a Sunday coming down here, and just there's something going on anywhere you look. So that's pretty cool at Seafair to do for everyone. And obviously yesterday was out of anybody's hands. It's just the weather, but making up for it today.
Seafair would like to take this opportunity to thank the Boeing Airplane Company. Boeing has been a proud sponsor of Seafair from the very start. Boeing has roughly 65,000 employees in Washington State, more than anywhere else in the world. Thank you to Boeing for bringing us today's air show. And when you talk about Boeing, you talk about Seafair. Seafair's been around for 76 years. Boeing has been with Seafair for 76 of those 76 years. That's pretty impressive. Thank you to the Boeing Airplane Company. Also, Alaska Airlines. Alaska Airlines is proud to be Seattle's hometown airline. With new flights to London, Tokyo, Rome, Seoul, and at least 7 more global routes out of Seattle by 2030, there has never been a better time to be an Alaska Airlines guest. We are thrilled to bring our caring service from more than 100 nonstop Seattle routes to this year's parade route. On behalf of all 30,000 of us at Alaska, let's have a safe and fun Seafair weekend, and we hope to see you on board soon. Thank you, Alaska Airlines. And Apollo Mechanical Contractors. Apollo Mechanical Contractors is proud to be a sponsor of Seafair. 45 years strong, we support communities and the people who build great things. Ranked number 5 in the nation, we are growing nationwide while staying true to who we are. Apollo Mechanical, that's Apollo, MECH.com. Apollo Mechanical Contractors. So you feel better now, Mr. Eccles? You had some boat racing this morning to go with that breakfast and that morning cup of coffee.
Oh, I just took my first deep breath also. So, yeah, I was excited. Both of those heats were fantastic. And, that U-27 Miss Apollo is just so darn fast. And, he ran a great race, too. That's when he puts his race face on, goes out there and runs like he did, that's next to impossible to beat. But the fact that the bucket list boat was able to do it, that really says something. I'm pretty proud of those guys.
I have said for years when people ask me why I do this and how I got involved with H1 and being a part of this and announcing and all that good stuff, and I always just say I'm a fan. And you boil everything down at the very end of the day, I'm just a big fan of unlimited hydroplane racing. And to the other members of our broadcast team here that work so hard on this live stream, I can now say with all kinds of confidence that Dustin Eccles is the exact same type of person. He, too, is a fan. And if you saw Dustin Eccles during that last heat, you know he is a great fan of hydroplane racing. It's just a love we share, and that's why we are here on Lake Washington for the annual Seafair celebration. And this year, it's the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair.
Yeah, I don't know, sitting back on the beach and watching races like that, I don't understand how you could not be a fan of that, because it's so exciting watching these beautiful pieces of machinery work like that. And the fact that they're able to stay on the water, they're wrestling them around. It's kind of a balance between a ballet and just raw horsepower. So it's so cool. It's fun to watch.
It is very fun to watch. And we made the comment a week ago in the Tri-Cities. We'll say it again after that last heat. If you didn't like that particular heat of competition, I'm pretty sure unlimited hydroplane racing is probably not for you. Well, Dustin Eccles and I are going to step away. We're going to take a break because there is a break in the schedule for H1 Unlimited Racing. We are going to check what that schedule is, and we will come back to you when we've got official final results from Heat 2A and 2B. But you are watching H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. You're watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. We're going to be back with more racing, and if it's like it was already today, it'll be fantastic, and you don't want to miss it. We'll be here. We hope you will be too. We'll be back shortly, but for now, a short break from Lake Washington. Hello, race fans, and welcome back to H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. I'm Brad Luce, along with Dustin Eccles down on that end, but we're joined this time by Mr. Brent Hall up here with. Are you warmer now, my friend?
I'm a lot warmer. My buddy Dustin Eccles, hey, he loaned me a Hydroville shirt from Bucket List Racing.
He
Bailed
you out of being mighty cold. You were cold, dude.
I was shivering. It would not have been good. My knees are still shaking a little bit, but you can't see that, so all good.
Yeah, we don't have any long pants for you, but Dustin was able to bail you out there. So
thank you, brother.
Hey, no problem.
Yeah.
It's a cold one up here.
Yeah.
You were not here on the broadcast with us, but did you enjoy our Heat 2A and 2B? That looked pretty good for Dustin and I. How did you see it?
Oh, what a race, and I'm wearing the right sweatshirt, aren't I?
You certainly are, and they have cleared tech inspection, the U40 and Heat 2B. And, in fact, our results of Heat 2A are official. Everybody has cleared the tech truck there. They cleared the water before we took a break from our broadcast. So we knew that part, but the other piece, of course, is the tech inspection, and everybody cleared. I think we're going to put those results up on the screen. There they are, and they are now official that Andrew Tate picks up 400 points driving the U1 BWR. Had his hands full with Jamie Nilsen again. That boat is fast, but he picks up 300 points for a second-place finish. The Miss FLAV-R-PAC third place to Jeff Bernard. He was gamer in that heat. He'll pick up 225 points in the Graham Trucking for third. Fourth, we'll go to the U21. The Beacon Plumbing presents KZOK. That is Gunnar O'Farrell. Good finish for them. And then Brandon Kennedy comes home in fifth. 5 started, 5 finished. I don't know. Do I ask you guys, is that the way you kind of thought it might go? What did you think?
You know, it's not a huge surprise other than, you know, the 27 is so fast. You just don't know what he's going to be able to pull out, and Jimmy does such a great job. I have to be, you know, neutral here, but obviously the 40 is one of my favorites, and I was just hoping that he could make a good start and get out front and clean water, and I mean, the fact that he was able to hold him off, that's really saying something. That's pretty impressive. And
they cleared the truck. And did you see him, Brent? Did you see our friend Mr. Eccles?
I might have seen some tears of joy. I'm not sure, but he was very proud.
They came off the top end of that course on the last lap, and he was pulling them down here.
Yeah,
Come on.
We're both Bucket List family members, so we're so proud of Kelly and Sharon, and this is a big deal. And then Dylan really getting a chance to step on it, like you said, in clean water, and he looked great. And then he really managed the course. He pushed him out a little bit. And I was listening to Jonathan. Jonathan said that, or I think that was one of the first times a BWR boat hadn't come and won on the outside. And actually, that might have been the stat man who said that.
Yeah, it was, and he was beaten once. The 27 was beaten once in a preliminary heat. We were talking about J. Michael Kelly when
that's right.
when he had the rudder flutter and Jimmy tore up his hands up at the top end of the race course. That was the only other time.
But, you know, that just shows you that in the final with this big 6-boat final coming up, that with the 27, you know, wherever they end up, there's still a lot of racing left. But if they're on the outside, you know, he's going to have to run the guts out of it to get by this because he's going to have a lot more fast boats inside of him. So we'll see how it all lays out there. But he might not be able to do it from the outside if that's where it ends up.
Well, and that's this whole new race format.
Yeah.
You are trying to win your way into that good lane position and lane selection for the final. And like you said, there's a lot of racing still to go. And we'll just have to keep watching that and see how it all plays out. But a good run. You said Mr. Runne needed 400 points. He got them.
He did. He did it. He did a perfect job, and my hat's off to him.
And as he and I were, and you can appreciate that's a shot in the arm that gives to the team.
Yeah, it really does. And you heard it from Dylan. He was like, you know, there were some tense moments this past couple weeks, and just to get that win under his belt and, you know, do something great for Bucket List Racing and that whole team, they've been working hard. So this is a great step in the right direction.
So talking about doing something great, you've had some fun here the last couple of years at Seafair, running around with a camera. We give you a camera, and we never know what you're going to come back with.
Where did Brent go?
Where did he go? Yeah. But you've had some fun yesterday, and I know you've talked to a bunch of people. Why don't you take the floor here, young man, and kind of introduce a segment we're going to watch and tell us what we're going to see.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it, but. So there was this plan, and this is GP hydroplane drivers. It was scheduled for a 6 o'clock unauthorized GP final. And this was put on by Mr. John Shaw, one of the drivers, and he said, we're going to have those pull boats behind our back, and we tied it to the loops of our belts, and we were instructed to run the entire pits. And so that was the race. I'm like, oh, no. So I wanted out. I was like, I don't want to do this. I was like, okay. But then I started talking a little trash. I was like, okay. Point guard in me said, all right, I'm going to start talking some trash because I had a plan. Until I got punched in the mouth. So this plan that I had, I ride a scooter, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I had the scooter in this perfectly positioned spot. I was like, right on. 3 seconds after the start, I'll jump on the scooter. There we go. So I was like, okay. But then my plan was foiled. One of the team members was in front of the scooter, and there was no way I was going to be able to get to it. So I was like, I'm about to run this thing for real. Oh, no. And I'd already told someone I had a plan, and I'd talked a lot of trash. But what you'll see is 4 or 5 GP drivers. We all have boats tied to our belts, and we're running the pits. And so you'll get a look at the segment. After it happens, I'll explain some of the other things that you'll see. But I think for the folks that are watching online and obviously the folks that are listening to us in the crowd, you'll kind of hear some banter. And I don't know, the form wasn't great. Maybe we should stick to driving GP hydroplanes and not doing this. But let's get that.
I'm anxious to see this. We haven't seen it.
They're going to give me some love. Here it comes.
Here we go.
So there they go. So John Shaw in the lead, and I think we've got Austin Eckert second. Looks like Kevin, so Austin Eckert's Kevin third. I think I was in 4th or 5th. And now we're going to come around again and now Greg Hop, he disappeared for a minute.
I didn't see Greg run by the camera.
You didn't see him? Oh, but there's Greg there.
Now, wait a minute.
Okay, we need to stop the camera. There goes John in first. And that's a sub for the 35. We're going to talk about that here in a minute.
Sub?
Yeah,
Wow,
right. We're going to talk about that. And then Austin, Kevin, me. Boy, people were giving me a bad time. Okay, that's all right. So, yep. So we had another runner. That's what just ran past.
Yeah, that was it. They're still racing.
Yeah, they're still racing.
Explain this sub thing. I mean,
what's this all about?
Man, so Brandon Kinney, smarter than me. I had my plan. His plan was, I'm going to get a sub. So he sent one of his youngest, brightest team members from the GP35 team, and he got second.
Oh, man. You have driver's rep, right? You called a driver's rep?
It was too late. It was too late. It's already done.
And what is Hop doing here? I mean,
so if we could rewind that, what Hop does is he runs backwards maybe about 200, not even 200 feet. I won't give him 200 feet. Maybe 50 steps. And then he ducks away, and then all of a sudden, as we're coming up, you'll see him act out like, oh, my God, I've been running so hard. Here comes – okay, so we're going to see it again. John Shaw again in the lead. He's going to love this because we'll talk about John here in a minute. Chris Grant had some good speed. He was coming up on me. I was like, uh-oh. So then here we come again. Everyone's checking us out. They're like, all right, how long is it going to take? I don't know. I'm glad no one timed this because I'm sure that was not a record time.
Now,
so here comes Greg. Now, how the heck? Look, now he's about to fall. Oh, there goes John Shaw again.
But see, I've seen that look in Greg
Have
before,
you?
And it's usually when he's running towards the cooler at the end of the day. So
there you go.
Yeah, it's well done, guys. That was great.
That was very well
I
done.
give the legitimate to Austin Eckert. That was a good run, good form. He did it all legit. So yeah, I give it to Austin.
That's cool.
But I am going to tell you. So John Shaw, that's another one. So 2 winners of this. Brandon Kennedy. Hey, I'm not running this. I'm going to put in a sub. That was really smart.
That's
That
smart.
is.
And then John Shaw, who created this whole race, he was a track star in high school.
Oh,
That's not fair.
that's not fair.
Well, see, you should have done your research before you got
I
into
should
this
have.
thing. Because
Where were you? Where were you to tell me that?
I'm glad I wasn't anywhere close because I would not have wanted to get roped
Okay.
into that. You guys
Okay.
did way better than I would have.
Well, now here's where I got myself in trouble. Are you ready?
Oh,
So the race
wait,
after
there's more.
the race after the race.
yeah.
Yeah. So okay, Scott Kropfeld, you said you were gonna whoop everybody. Da, 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 da. I'm like, oh, okay. And then here comes Rob Chapman. Brent, man, that sucked. You da, 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 da. I was like, oh, you want some of this? And so now my hamstring's just a little bit tighter because we did a little sprint, and I should not have done that after. I should have stopped where it was at. But, sometimes you write a check you can't cash. So that's the story on that one.
That's
that's
your
great.
story, and you're sticking with it.
Yeah.
I will tell you that I didn't know this was happening, but
Yeah.
as I was leaving last night, I got my car that was buried in that inner parking lot, and I was waiting for some people to join me, so I pulled my car up right to where we would pull out through the gate. So I was kind of waiting there.
Yeah.
Well, that's right by Brandon Kennedy's motorhome.
Oh.
And he was testing. Now I know what he was doing. He
Okay.
was racing his sons
Okay.
around the motorhome. So
He probably said,
he
"You know what,
might
I'm
have
not
been
doing it."
gassed. There's a little bit of a slope
He's
there,
like-
so he may have been gassed. I was
Yeah.
giving him a hard time. He
Yeah.
was huffing and puffing, and the kids were kicking his rear end.
Okay.
No,
So
that's
that's
great.
what happened. So he tested and said, nope.
They had the stopwatch. They said, "You're not even close. We need a pinch runner." So
That's
that makes sense.
All right.
Oh, gosh, and I guess now we have to step away from that to official business
Let's
here
do
for
it.
a minute. But apparently we have official and final results for our Heat 2B of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. And we heard that Dylan Runne had indeed passed tech inspection, and there it is. It is official now. Dylan Runne, Bucket List Racing U40, he comes home in first place. Not only did he come home in first place, I got his name right coming across. I'm vindicated from Tri-Cities. That's all clean, and you were happy about that one, Mr. Eccles. He earned it.
Absolutely, yeah. I was running up here like a madman back and forth because that was such a great race. I mean, it was so cool, and just watching everything boil down to that last straightaway, that's what boat racing is all about.
And something we haven't said very much this year, this summer. Second place, Jimmy Shane,
Yeah.
300 points in the Miss Apollo. Third place will go to U3. Beacon Plumbing presents the Tahoe Miss with Corey Peabody. They will pick up 225 points. And in fourth place, the U00 Beacon Plumbing presents the Maverick and J. Michael Kelly. So there it is, Dylan Runne on top of the heap there in Heat 2B, and it's official, and that's a big deal.
That's huge. Yeah, that's, again, every point matters in this thing, and it's a long weekend. It's all starting to come to a head here, but you need those points to get those inside lanes. And, Jimmy Shane, he saw, hey, on the outside I can't do it. I need the inside, but so does everyone else out here. So it's just so important to get every point you can.
Well, now, okay, you went wooden hydro racing,
Yeah,
or you
still hurting.
Or,
Still hurting.
you're still
Yeah,
limping up
yeah.
up the stairs here to get up here with us.
Oh,
but
Stab
you
Man's
weren't.
trying to loan me a brace.
Oh, here it comes. Here you go. You just slip this
Oh.
on your knee. This may help.
Nope. It's not going to help.
But you're not done. You had some
No.
more fun. You went out and interacted with some fans.
Yeah.
You did that last year. It was the best segment that maybe we had all
Oh.
year. So you got the mission to go out and do it again.
I did.
Talk a little bit about how that came about, what you did, what happened, and then we'll watch your segment.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the things. We talked about this yesterday. Just fans are such an important part, and really the most important part of our sport. And so we've all been trying to figure out, like, hey, how do we show the fan engagement? And there happened to be a gentleman, his name's Herman Houston, and he was just smiling at the boats, and proud grandfather. I saw, his daughter Nicole, son-in-law Brian. They were all sitting around the boat looking at Cool Cat Motorsports, and then I saw the cutest kids, Kasai and Jediah, and they were just smitten with, like, wow, this is really cool. And so when I locked eyes with the grandfather, I just walked over and shook his hand, and I was like, okay. But I just saw this gleam in his eyes, and he said, man, you have no idea. I've been watching hydroplane racing since 1956.
Wow.
And I am just a huge fan. I've been watching it for years. We moved to Denver, Colorado, but I just had to bring my family back and experience this. And so he has his grandsons. I believe one is 10 and the other is 8. And we rolled out the red carpet again.
Nice.
We were able to get
Good
them
for
in the
you.
boat. We were able to get them Cool Cat shirts. And then I was just like, maybe, well, at that time it was done. So that was Friday. But then I ran into them again on Saturday. So I was like, okay, it must be a sign. So I said, if you have time, I'd love to interview you. And this is the product. It was just about a 4-minute interview with the family. Just talked to them and got their experiences. So,
Well, let's hear it.
Yeah, let's
I
do
want
it.
to hear this.
Hi, I'm Brent Hall with H1 Unlimited, and I found some amazing fans. Am I right? Yeah, that's right. So I want them to introduce themselves to you, and just tell them a little bit about you. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Jediah, and I like to yo-yo, and my favorite sport's basketball.
Oh, I like it. All right, next.
Hello, my name's Kasai. I like to draw, and my favorite sport's soccer.
Okay. So, you signed something for me, right?
Yeah,
So that means someday you're going to be in the what?
World Cup.
There it is. Okay, next.
Herman, and I'm a hydroplane fan since 1956 and a former Washington Husky.
Okay. Had to throw the Huskies in there. My brother was in the Husky band, so I love that. But yeah, I really connected with you all. And when I first met eyes with you, I reached out and I was like, you know what? Let me shake his hand and see what's going on. So how's the weekend been for you?
It's been tremendous. We're in Denver, and I seldom get a chance to talk hydroplanology.
Okay.
So it's been just absolutely great. And to have my grandkids see the hydroplanes and the personality and the karma that goes with it, it's just been a wonderful, wonderful weekend.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, so now we need to get your opinion. So first time, checking it out, what's cool to you?
I mean, to be honest, everything is cool.
Yeah?
My favorite part of it is, first of all, how fast they go, and all the cool boats, because they're all different.
They are different.
And also, another thing is, there's a lot of amazing drivers like you.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
And
$5
a lot of
later.
other people.
Okay, I love it. All right, now you tell me.
We started watching hydroplanes when we were little, and I really like drivers. My favorite driver is you, and I really like all the designs on the hydroplanes, and one of my favorite parts about it is the spoiler.
The spoiler, okay. Like at the back wing or the canard?
Like the back wing.
Okay, I like that too. It gives the boat kind of a cool stance, so I think that's awesome. So now I saw something. I saw some pictures. Y'all did something. Y'all built something. What did you build?
A paper mache hydroplane.
Okay, and what color was yours?
Red.
Red, and what color was yours?
Teal.
Teal, okay. So maybe other kids that have never seen hydroplane racing, what would you tell them that's great about this sport?
That the hydroplanes can go like 160 miles per hour.
Yep.
And that's really all.
That works. All right, now what do you got?
That you can do a lot of things on hydroplanes, like one, drive really fast,
Yep.
and two, beat people.
Beat people. I like it. You're not competitive at all, are you?
Not really.
Yes, you are. All right, so close the show. Tell us what this whole weekend means to you.
Well, so like I mentioned, it's been since 1956 when I was 5-6 years old that I was a hydroplane fan, and to come back 70-some years later and still see the enthusiasm that Seattle has for hydroplane racing and the different personalities, and then for my grandkids to get a chance to see you, to also see that you can still find heroes.
You can.
And I think that's what I'm proud about, and that's what they will be taking back to Denver. And the seed has been planted, so they will be following hydroplane racing also. So it's been a great experience, and that's what we'll be taking back with us.
Yeah, it's about magic moments. We love that at H1 Unlimited. Excited to spend time with y'all. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Let's have some fun and continue to talk about our sport, will you?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we heard it. Thank you all.
Wow, excellent job.
Yeah, nice job.
That was a great piece. And I think we made the comment a year ago when you did the little ticket giveaway thing. The comment got made about building the sport one fan at a time.
We do it.
Boy, you just did 2 new fans there. Those young kids were awesome.
Yeah.
And I think it probably cost you more than $5.
Yeah.
Who's the hero? You.
Yeah, no. I was like, I told him, don't do that.
That's so cool, though.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see a new fan's perspective from everything, because we're so involved in it and so close to it that sometimes it's cool to take a step back and say, hey, you guys are brand new. What do you think?
What do you think?
Just seeing those smiles is so cool.
Yeah,
those are
wonderful kids.
Those are real. Those are real. You can't coach those. You can pay them money to say your name, but you can't cheat that smile. So that was really well done.
Well, I thank you.
We thought you were just down there slumming and eating all day.
Well, I mean, I have been eating, but
you were doing a good job.
Thank you.
That was good stuff. So our heats are in the books for 2A and 2B. We've got 3A and 3B coming up before noon. I think they're coming up shortly after 11. I'm looking I'm looking at the monitor that our fans are looking for. We go off air at 12:10 for the air show to come in and do their thing. But we're going to go before that. I'll tell you what, we'll step away now. We'll take a quick break. We'll check the times. They're scrolled across the bottom of the screen, but we'll make sure everything is still legit because it is a fluid schedule. But for Dustin Eccles and Brent Hall, this is Brad Luce on the start-finish line tower. You're watching H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Hello, race fans, and welcome again back to Lake Washington. You are watching H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Brad Luce here on the start-finish line tower. And I wanted to come back on because we have one of our vintage boats on the water. This would be the 1956 Miss Wahoo. It's a very famous hydroplane. Both under the name of Wahoo, certainly under the name later as Exide. It also ran as a Miss Budweiser. It's just a very, very famous hull in the history of the sport. In 1960, this boat had quite a spill up at the top end of the race course where he's going right now. But the reason I wanted to come back on was I wanted to share with you a little bit of a story about this boat, and not so much the boat itself, but who is in the boat. And the boat is being driven by Jerry Heiser, who has worked at the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum for many, many years, has driven these boats for many, many years, but he's got a special rider along with him today. And when the notes were handed to me, I thought it was interesting and noteworthy enough that we'd come on, as Jerry Heiser's kind of putting his foot in the Wahoo here a little bit. He's coming across with some authority. Boat's running pretty good across start-finish line, so our rider's getting a good ride, as we like to say. His name is Bob McIsaac. Bob McIsaac, and he is a former Marine engineer. He is 83 years old, and he first attended Seafair in 1951. Now, 1951 was the year of the first hydroplane race on Lake Washington. Seafair actually began when Greater Seattle put on their celebration in 1950, but it wasn't until 1951 that the unlimited hydroplane showed up, and Bob McIsaac was there, as again getting a great look there at the Wahoo running up the back chute in front of the log boom, which is beginning to fill in with boats after they had the log boom break away yesterday. So it's a slow arriving crowd on the log boom. But back to Mr. McIsaac. He was very, very young, 12 years old at one point, when he took a 14-foot plywood pram with a 16-horsepower Mercury from Paulsbo, which is on the other side of Puget Sound. He took it through the locks and came to the log boom so he could watch the unlimited hydroplanes. So Bob McIsaac is getting a ride in the Wahoo, and I'm sure there is a smile as big as a rooster tail as he comes down the front straightaway, riding along with Jerry Heiser. I just think it's terrific. Somebody 83 years young out there, touching about 130, 135 miles per hour on the straightaway in a boat that he watched back in the late 50s and into the early 60s. His daughter is a gal named Karen. She worked for Seafair in 1991 and 92. And of course, we had to ask Mr. McIsaac, Bob, what's your favorite hydroplane and your favorite driver? There was no hesitation. He came very quickly with the Slow Motion 4 and Joe Taggart. Winners here on Lake Washington. The Slow Mo 4 won the first race in Seattle in 1951. And Bob McIsaac was there. So Bob, I hope you're having a great run, and I hope you're enjoying your long-awaited ride in an unlimited hydroplane. And that's the story. I wanted to share it with everybody. Up to the top end. Talked a little bit about the log boom. There's just not very many boats over there, and quite honestly, if you go back and look at the footage from our first two heats today, heats 2A and 2B, you'll see literally at the top end of the log boom, the big long section at the upper half of the race course, there was nobody on there. I think at one point there was one boat, and that's because the log boom broke away. I had a conversation with the president of Seafair. Emily Cantrell was here a few minutes ago. I happened to talk with her, and as the Wahoo comes across the line, she said they had extended the amount of time that they were going to allow the boats to come to the log boom, come up from both the south end and the north end of Lake Washington. And so it's been slowly filling in, but it is happening. And so our log boom by this afternoon hopefully will be full. I look over to the north northeast of our broadcast position here toward the city of Bellevue, and I see our opening ceremonies are getting ready to get underway. I see what appears to be the big American flag hanging down from a helicopter. I'm sure as soon as the Wahoo is done, we'll get on with our opening ceremonies. But one more time, Bob McIsaac up the backstretch in that beautiful mahogany Miss Wahoo. Boat named after Bill Boeing Jr.'s wife's hometown of Wahoo, Nebraska. And now I can hear the helicopter in my headset as it will start heading toward Lake Washington. And I see a checkered flag being unfurled over my head here, so this will be the final run down the front straightaway. Bob McIsaac, I hope you're having a good time out there. Somehow I am sure you are. You waited a long time for this. First race in 1951, still going strong. Bob McIsaac at 83 years young. So it was a good story, or at least I deemed it as such, and I was able to make that sale with our producer off to my left. And so we decided to show the run of Jerry Heiser and Bob McIsaac. But with that, we'll step away. Opening ceremonies are going to be coming your way shortly, and then we're going to go racing again with Heat 3A and 3B of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. You're watching H1 Unlimited's coverage on YouTube. We will be back. Hello, race fans, and welcome back to H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. I'm Brad Luce, standing alongside Brent Hall, Dustin Eccles. We're at the start-finish line, but the fun's all going down off the edge of Stan Sayers Memorial Pits down there, and we're seeing some drone coverage here of the J-Stock Hydros. You guys are both well-versed in this, so as they scrutinize to look at the monitor and figure out who's who, I'm going to turn it over to these two guys. They're getting their microphones set up where they got a good tight look at the monitor there. So, Brent, Dustin, take it away. What are we watching here?
A lot of fun.
It looks like it.
Yeah, no, this is amazing. And we really want to spend some time covering the Jays. They put a lot of work into this. The kids think about it all year, and this is really their Super Bowl. It's a chance for them to be in front of thousands and be on TV. I trust you, every one of these kids will watch this video later, so we just want to give it some coverage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just great to see them out here enjoying themselves. I believe that's Colton right there in the 627R. And these are 9 years old and up can race the J-Stock Junior class here, and it's just great to see these kids out here racing in front of a big crowd. You know, the hometown, biggest race of the year. I mean, how cool is this?
Yeah, we touched on this yesterday. But the skills that these kids are learning, how they drive, and they drive at here probably 20, 25 miles an hour, but on a standard course, they can get upwards of, actually Asher said 43. He corrected his dad.
Yeah, right there on your right-hand side, you see that's Ryder Burks there in the smaller 12 boat. It's a model of the Graham Trucking. And then right there in the middle, the 00, that's actually Asher Kelly. That's J. Michael Kelly's son. Pretty darn cool to see him out here racing in front of all these fans.
Yeah, and it was fun to hear his interview yesterday. J. Michael, but I think Asher stole the show with his comment about just enough to win is how fast he goes, and then he corrected his dad when he said 42, and he said, nope, it's 43. He doesn't play.
I believe that's Sawyer Moen there in the number
it
3.
Is. Yep.
Yeah, very cool. They are cousins, I believe, and yeah, just get out here and just. It's not all about speed. Out here, it's more of survival. You know, that we talked yesterday about the big boats and how they handle in the rough water. Well, scale that way down. Their waves are the same size, and these guys are just driving their guts out here to just keep them on the water.
That's right. If an Unlimited got out of shape like these did, we'd have a problem. You'll see these kids. I mean, they go almost 45 degrees.
Yeah, you see how Ryder climbs out on the front of his boat right there. They need to get all the way forward to get him up on plane. Asher, he's still a little guy, so he can kind of just sit on the corner, but look at him accelerate, and they're going to get on the course and get all lined up before they make a start.
Yeah, and see how close they get to the buoys. I mean, that was Sawyer, and Sawyer rounded a perfect corner there. And I love that they've got, you know, the bigger buoys for them this year. I know at 1 year we had 4-point. Can't tell the course. Well, we got a 4-point there. So they have to kind of imagine the apex corner, so they'll round that corner, but look at them right next to each other, perfect lines, and as they go into the corner, looking good.
Yeah, it's great to get out here. They get to run with their buddies and you know, have a great time. And you know, the parents, they're a nervous wreck. I believe that's Bennett getting up on plane right now, and just gonna go out and join his friends on the race course. And this is an exhibition, so it's not a true race, but these young racers do race competitively, you know, all summer long against each other all across the nation. Basically, there's different regions in our country, and this is region 10 that's local to us. And they race every weekend almost, and it's great to see them out here.
Yeah, as I was coming up, I got a chance to talk to Christina, Sawyer's mom, and yep, like you said, nervous but excited, and you know, just want to see them get out there and do well.
Yeah, I think the most nervous people in my speaking with everybody down here are the rescue guys, because you know, this is the same rescue team that works on the H1 Unlimiteds and Grand Prix, but they get so nervous because they know these young racers, and they're just fearless, and they get a chance to go out here and race in front of everybody, and they just said, I just hope they're safe, and they are. They're just smart racers, and they put on a great show.
Yeah, they are. And again, I love how, you know, how they're coming into the corner, they're keeping their lanes. I got a little tight there. Way to make it through.
Yeah, I don't know if that's Asher. I think it's Asher on the outside. It might be Sawyer on the inside. And
I think I'm going by the helmets. I think Asher's got a yellow helmet, if I remember right.
Looks like Bennett trying to get up on plane, and
Ryder in the middle. Yep.
So close. You almost will him up on plane, but Yeah, they just do such a great job. And again, if any of the families on the beach, they want to get their youngster involved in boat racing, look up the Seattle Outboard Association. And
they got really close there. That was a tight turn.
You think the Blue Angels are close.
Yeah, right? They're in formation, aren't they?
Yeah. No, it's just it's really cool. Oh, he gets a bath there. Ryder, I believe that was
Burks. Boy, someone took a hop. Who was that?
Yeah, I think that's Asher. He's just showing off. He sees his dad fly it loose on the outside, and he says, "Here, Dad, watch this."
There is a little bit of J. Michael in that. A little trying to be J. Michael Jr. But yeah, no, Asher is one heck of a racer, and I think I've joked about this on the telecast before. That kid beat me in hydrosim at 3. Pissed me off.
It probably won't be the last time he does that too. I mean, yeah, the Kelly youngsters, they're great racers in their own right. And when I speak with Asher, it's fun to talk with, but he is so focused. I mean, he's always thinking about the next step, and he's going to be a great racer here, and he already is.
And Ryder Burks, I want to talk about for a minute. He's kind of graduated up. He's been in this class for a bit. Now he's running T-boats, and he's got a super fast T-boat, one of the fastest in the nation. So that's more of an inbound style. You're sitting down, you have an air mask, just like the Unlimiteds. So these kids start graduating up, but Ryder started right here.
Yeah, you talk about the T-boats. That's an inboard class, and that's the beginner, basically the J stock of inboards, and I believe it's 14 years old and up to run these smaller inboards. They go about 80 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour, and super competitive, and it's a little Toyota engine in those things. So yeah, lots of different ways to get involved. Ryder is doing fantastic. I love watching him drive. He's got a great family helping him out. They travel all over, every weekend, and great people. And really everybody on the beach here. It's just one big family. It's just different levels of racing.
It really is. So there definitely is. Okay. So even more bragging for Asher. He beat me at 3, but he's also the youngest winner of a Saturday night Hydro League. That's Hydro Sim. That's the simulator league that a lot of people play in, and he won it at 8 years old. So the kid's just breaking records all over the place. And I know he's doing well in the J class outside of this exhibition, and he'll let you know, too. I went and talked to him and said, "Hey, man, your interview was good." He was like, "Yeah, I know. I didn't know what to say, but yeah."
Yep.
Like, okay.
Yep, it was. Yeah, you can see. It's just great to see all the families working. They have little carts they pull them up in, and then they'll bring the next boats back out onto the water. And I believe that's Aussie.
Real quick, I'm just going to say drivers graduate. So when they're littler, you'll see the dads carry them out of the water and keep them from getting dry or keep them from getting wet. You saw Ryder, his dad, Ryan. He's like, "Nope, you get out. You can walk. You can get wet."
Yep. I tell my daughter the same thing. She says, "Dad, am I too big now?" I said, "Absolutely. If you already know it, you're too big."
Yeah, you asked, so you know the answer. There it is.
Yeah, that's Aussie Cassidy. We were just looking at the great drone shot there, the 117R, and coming right down the front straightaway. Actually, I believe that might have been Bennett that just came right down in with the green or bluish bow. It's hard for us to tell. We're a long ways away, so we're just watching on the screen here. But
we're doing our best, but we're gonna apologize if we get anything wrong. But we're just trying to make sure we give these kids the coverage.
Yeah, we have Aubrey Ball out here also, and I haven't seen her boat, but she might be driving one of the other boats. She usually has one of the 4-stroke, one of the newer style engines, but she might be in one of these other ones right now. It's hard for us to say.
I did see her name on a boat, and you're right. And Aubrey. Boy, she takes it to the boys, and I love it. She does not pull any punches, hard charging, great racer, and she has a lot of fans out in the stands there. I had taken a tour, and the family was like, "Oh, Aubrey, I want a picture with this boat." So,
but she's racing the quarter midget sprint cars also.
I
so
didn't know that.
Yeah, her dad Kyle Ball, he's been racing for forever. And she comes from a long line of a racing family, so the fact that she's out here in a boat is no surprise to anyone on the beach, but she's obviously one of the fastest out here. And I believe that actually right there, the R13, knowing that family number, that's got to be Bennett. So he's getting some good laps in right now also, and you see on top of his helmet, the white stripes.
Yes.
So what that tells the other drivers is that driver's a rookie, and that way, if you're next to somebody with white stripes, you just know that they're a new racer, and you give them a little extra room, and you know, kind of keep an eye on them, but help them out. And he's doing a great job. And if they perform well for that entire season, at the end of the year, it's kind of a ceremonious removal of the rookie stripes. So
get rid of the stripes, get rid of the X.
Yeah. So it's pretty cool, and your fellow racers are always very helpful and helping you take those off. And it's a pretty neat deal.
It really is. It really is. And it also helps the referees, so they can kind of keep an eye out on who's new. Sometimes they'll make them go to the outside, but you know, just gives you a chance to learn in the right way.
Yep, exactly. There's a good. They're spread out a little bit right now, but this is a good chance for these young racers to kind of just feel the race course out in that terrible rough water. And you know, they're not going to be breaking any speed records today, but they're doing a good job of just not going into the drink.
Yeah, absolutely, and it takes a lot. Dustin, I tried outboard racing twice.
Yeah.
Once in New Folks and Boats, and both, we should do a plug on that. And then the other time was after I'd run inboards for a while. I'm back to inboards. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Tough on the basketball knees.
Yeah, my daughter's tried to get me back on an outboard, and I'm too fat and too old. But
you know what? I found a picture of us in 2023. We both lost some weight. We're both looking fit.
I'm still using that as my excuse, though, because she'd probably whip my tail if we got in the outboards. But the New Folks and Boats you brought up a little bit. Again, go to the Seattle Outboard Association website, and they have information. If you're at any age and you want to race an outboard hydroplane, they have information to where you can pay a small fee and go to a race, and they have it all. I believe it's in Moses Lake this year.
I heard it's in Moses Lake. I think it's the 24th through the 26th of this month.
Yeah, and
please double check on the website.
They will get you all set up. You show up, and they have a helmet, they have a life jacket, they have support, so they can say, hey, here's how you do it. And they will help you all the way through to where you get to go out there and try it, and that way you say, well, this isn't for me, or I absolutely love it. Where do I get my own equipment? So, the Seattle Outboard Association website, look them up. Everyone there is very friendly. They will answer any questions you have.
Absolutely. It looks like that might be a wrap for the Jays, at least for now. And, boy, what a great event. Love seeing them go out, start, and finish. I know in past years we've always had to chase someone down or, you know, anything like that, but I think we're about to go big boat racing again.
Real quick, I just want to say that was Matt Cassidy coming in, and that was Jim Tryon. He is one of the biggest spark plugs in the club. He shows up to the races just to help people out. He races also.
Yep.
And he's been racing for a long time, but it is so cool. He and his partner, Karin, they're just so cool. And they're here, of course, in Seattle, catching boats and helping everybody out. It's great to see.
Yeah, you know, if I was to ask my wife who her favorite outboard driver is, it's Jim.
Gentleman Jim.
Jim. He always checks to see how she's doing. Sometimes she's off by herself. So, yeah, amazing guy.
We're going to step away just for a quick second, but we're going to come back with more racing action here very soon.
Great job, Jace.
Back on the start-finish line tower, Brad Luce, along with Dustin Eccles, and you are watching H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. And speaking of Apollo, you are looking on the screen at the U1 BWR Racing. Andrew Tate being strapped into that craft right now. We are getting very close to racing in Heat 3A. It was supposed to come up at 11:15. We are right now at 11:17, so we're very close. And we were just told by the officials, be ready. So as we talked earlier, Dustin, we're not getting our normal 10 to the 5, 5 to the 5 stuff. When the boats are in the water and the drivers are in the boats and ready, they are starting to count down at 1 to the 5, and we're putting boats out on the water. And so far, that's been working really well.
Yeah, it's been great. You know, I think for me, we get lost in conversation talking about how great these heats are and talking about the strategy and stuff. And then I look behind me and I see all the spotters lined up, ready to go. And then we say, oh, here we go. So we just got to be ready.
Yeah, the magic happens right behind us. Let's take a look at our drivers and the lanes they will be competing in our Heat 3A. And lane number 1 is going to go to that young man. Recently married, Gunnar O'Farrell, driving the U21. Beacon Plumbing presents KZOK. Lane number 2 going to be occupied by a guy who had a tough run in the second heat. He is looking to get a lot of points now. He needs them. He is J. Michael Kelly. He drives the U00. The Beacon Plumbing presents the Maverick. Going to have his teammate right next door in lane number 3, and he's got his game face on here. Corey Peabody driving the U3. The Beacon Plumbing presents the Tahoe Miss. He needs points in this one as well. Lane 4 going to be the U11 Miss FLAV-R-PAC. Jamie Nilsen. This boat has come on like gangbusters the last 2 weeks. They're a player in this Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. And then on the outside, lane number 5, you already saw him sitting in the water. And if there is no one who is more focused than Andrew Tate this weekend. He is just not his normal jovial self at all. He is focused. That entire team is focused. He is also strapped in. He is ready to go. And we are going to have H1 Unlimited hydroplanes on the Ted Jones Racecourse momentarily. And we will be racing. Boats are coming out now. Both of the strong boats are away from the dock. There you see Andrew Tate coming away in the U1, the defending national high points champion and the defending Seattle Seafair and Lake Washington champion, Andrew Tate. And we are already inside 5 minutes. We are coming up on 4:25 until the start of Heat 3A of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. We're looking for 5 boats to get out on the race course. I believe we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We're still missing one, and I'm going to guess that it's Jamie Nilsen that we don't yet have. And here he comes away from the dock now. They have typically been sitting back and staying there for an extra minute. Dustin, I wasn't worried about him.
No, he's just fine. The thing I'm worried about is I don't remember Jamie being on the outside like this very often, so I don't know if he's ever been there before, but you know, he's got a fast boat, so he might have to get used to that here in this current format.
Yeah, this will be an interesting line for him. He's going to be in lane number 4, and he's got both beacon boats off to his left and inside of him. And then, of course, he better keep an eye on that boat on the outside of him. That would be Andrew Tate in the BWR Racing. So the first boat to come across the line was Gunnar O'Farrell in the U21, and now J. Michael Kelly comes across start-finish line. This is the score-up. They have to come across the start-finish line once at speed, and boy, for right now, since Friday, this is the best weather I think we've had.
Yeah, right now the sun is shining down on the race course. The water is perfectly flat. I mean, this is looking like the best water all weekend, like you said. I think this heat right now, though, the most importantly, J. Michael Kelly needs to get some points right now. I'm just kind of crunching the numbers in my head, and I think he's on the bubble, currently 7th, so he would be the trailer as if it was right now. So he's going to be so focused on getting some points.
So there is Andrew Tate as he just came across the start-finish line, heading down to the bottom end, and turn 1. Right behind him comes Jamie Nilsen. And then it's Gunnar O'Farrell. There you see those 2 boats that I just mentioned behind the first boat through the corner, which is Andrew Tate. And then that's O'Farrell on the inside, Jamie Nilsen on the outside. The two strong boats are coming across start-finish line at speed right now. There's J. Michael Kelly, and just off to his right and behind him, you're going to see Corey Peabody come into the screen here momentarily. There's Corey as the two of those boats fly down to the bottom end of the race course. Still 2 minutes until the start of Heat 3A.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if Gunnar O'Farrell does another half lap, cuts the course here somewhere, because he's trolling super slow there at the exit of turn number 1. The strong boat's getting ready to go by him right now. And at the other end of the race course, you got Jamie Nilsen and Andrew Tate just kind of trolling along there, looking really good at minute 45 left.
Yeah, I'm hoping Gunnar's not having an issue there, and I think he's trying to bring it up to speed now, and now he's got it up on a plane and running. Let's see if he doesn't cut the race course, although if he does, he's going to have boats coming to join him off the top end, and he is not. He is going to go all the way up to the top end of the race course. He's got plenty of time with a $1:25 until the start. The rest of our field is coming down across start-finish line.
Gunnar hooked there at the exit pin. He spun it, flat spun, did not hit a buoy, but he went around 180, and he's facing the wrong way right now.
He is up just at the exit pin of turn 2. Looks like he's trying to get it fired. You see him on the left side of the screen there. He just went off your screen. There's Gunnar up at the top end of the race course, and he did, oh boy, and he's in a bad spot right now.
That's a tricky one. He does look like he might be under power. He's really trying to get out of the way, but we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, and we're under a minute. We're coming up at 50 seconds right now, and we've got an issue at the top end of the race course. Gunnar O'Farrell is sitting in a very, very bad spot right now. With 40 seconds until the start, he is not running. He is sitting in lane number 2. The field is coming up the backstretch with 30 seconds. Now it looks like maybe Gunnar gets it up. Gunnar's got it up and running. This might save having to restart this heat and rerun it. Here comes Gunnar across start-finish line now, and he is really just going to try and get out of the way. It is Heat 3A of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. It was supposed to be a 5-boat run, but we're going to have 4 of them coming to the line. We're coming up on 5 seconds. We're 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, and I think it's good. And J. Michael Kelly laid a great start on him as they head down to turn number 1, and that's going to be Kelly getting down there first, and it was a clean start, and Kelly's down there first, Peabody off to his right, and then it's Nilsen, and then on the far outside it is Andrew Tate. Boy, Kelly nailed the start, Dustin.
Absolutely perfect start. That's what he needed to do right now, and he's stretched out to about a half a rooster tail, but look at Peabody just on his outside. He's gaining ground, and look at Tate. The tough spot right now is the U11. He's right in the hallway.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot. Gunnar O'Farrell comes down across the start-finish line. He might be a factor in this heat before it's done. But look at our leaders come off the top end. J. Michael Kelly flying. The Beacon Plumbing presents the Maverick, and here comes Tater on the outside. Tate's gotten past Peabody, but only by a few boat lengths. He can't move. It's the same situation we saw last time. He's got to get around Peabody before he can go after Kelly.
Yeah, J. Michael Kelly's in some really, really rough water, though, on the inside lane. You see him going through those holes. He did a great job keeping it on the pins, but Andrew Tate gained a little bit of ground. Hopefully, Corey Peabody, he can stay right with him, so Andrew Tate has to stay out wide.
Gunnar O'Farrell doing a good job staying wide up the backstretch, giving the racers a lot of room to do their thing, and they are doing it. And now it is Andrew Tate who is not quite cleared Corey Peabody to move over on him, and I don't think he's going to move over yet. So Kelly has still got a lot of room to play with, and he makes up ground on the inside. Coming down to put 2 in the books. Andrew Tate got the lead, but Kelly running with him, and man, oh man, is he flying the U1, the BWR racing, he being Andrew Tate. Got a lot of air underneath it, Dustin.
He does, and he also has overlap right now, so he can move into lane number 2. He hits some really rough water, so he stays out in lane number 3. J. Michael Kelly keeping it on the pins, but at the exit pin, Andrew Tate can definitely move over now on Corey Peabody and tighten it up.
Yeah, he's definitely opened it up, and now we're keeping an eye on Jamie Nilsen as he is making a move if he can on Corey Peabody, but I don't think he's going to have enough real estate to do that. This is lap 3 of 3 at the top end of the race course. It is still Tate, and it is still J. Michael Kelly, but it's going to be Tate that's going to come off wide, give plenty of room, and he's going to come down and pick up a checkered flag. Andrew Tate, U1 BWR Racing, going to pick up a victory here in Heat 3A A. And then it is J. Michael Kelly, and the Beacon Plumbing presents Maverick. In third place, it is going to be Corey Peabody in the U3. Beacon Plumbing presents Tahoe Miss, and a game Jamie Nilsen. He closed a ton of ground in that last lap in the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, but unfortunately he's going to come home in fourth place. He was a little tardy at the start, and boy, oh boy, did that cost him. He got in the hallway, and he just was really fighting an uphill battle from day one.
Yeah, if you make a little mistake at the start, it is just magnified as the competition level is so high out here. You know, you're just a half a second late, and there you are. But, you know, the happiest guy on the water right now, I have to think, is J. Michael Kelly. He's been struggling all weekend long, just trying for a little bit of boat speed, and right there we saw it.
These guys have got to be careful. Everybody is radioing to them what is going on, and what you're looking at right there is Gunnar O'Farrell, who had the issue before the start. He is still racing on the course, and he has now cleared all of the boats. Everybody gave him plenty of room so he could come down and pick up his checkered flag in the U21. The Beacon Plumbing presents KZOK. Gunnar O'Farrell. It was a interesting heat for him. He had the spin right at the exit pin of turn 2 before the start even occurred. We were concerned we were going to have a dangerous situation and perhaps have to postpone this heat a little bit, but unfortunately we got it in. So here comes our field across the start-finish line one more time. Everybody heading back to the pit area. BWR looks mighty strong to me.
That's a very tough boat to beat right now. You know, like you said, Andrew Tate is so focused, and he's got a great boat around him, and that's going to be such a tough one to beat. But I think if the U11 gets a good start and everything lays out just right, I mean, they've got a good setup. And then, like I said, J. Michael Kelly, I mean, leaps and bounds from his previous heats we've watched.
Yeah.
And that thing is running really, really fast right now, and that's going to give him some confidence moving forward.
Yeah, I'm sure the FLAV-R-PAC guys and Jamie Nilsen would have liked to have had a better start and certainly a better finish, because it's these points that they accumulate that's going to give them lane choice for the final.
Yeah, if you're going to have a mistake, though, that's the heat to do it, get it over with, and move on, because they've had a stellar weekend so far. So, you know, that's one they're just going to wash their hands and move on.
Yeah, and you actually called it, Dustin. You hit the nail on the head. You said, you know, you can't remember him being that far out. And it put him out there. Was that a lack of having the right timing mark for being that wide? Who knows? But it wasn't the normal Jamie Nilsen start sequence.
No, and, you know, we've kind of talked about it in the past. When you do these timing runs with one setup and then you change setups or you change lanes and you make an adjustment, they're different. And so, you know, he's going to take the data from that run. They're going to go back, look at what it took from get from A to B, and they can adjust that. We don't know where he's going to be in the final yet, but they can use that moving forward.
I'm sure our Danny Rogers will be down there to have yet another conversation with Andrew Tate. They seem to be getting to know each other quite well. Seafair would like to take this opportunity to thank Apollo Mechanical Contractors. Apollo Mechanical Contractors is proud to sponsor Seafair. 45 years strong, we support our communities and the people who build great things. Ranked number 5 in the nation, we are growing nationwide while staying true to who we are. Apollo Mechanical, that's ApolloMech.com. Apollo Mechanical Contractors. Seafair says thank you. There we see Andrew on the right of the screen there stepping off the boat, and just like that we've got drivers getting strapped into boats, and they will be back out on the water. And like we said, man, it's almost becoming kind of a nice day.
Almost. You know, it is beautiful out here. It is still a little chilly, but as a racer, I know that's horsepower, so I'm excited about it. I mean, I'll put up with a cold day as long as we're making some power. Yeah, you know, these crew chiefs are going to have to kind of account for this weather change also, and it's been keeping them on their toes all weekend long. But the way that the weather is right now, I mean, it's way different than yesterday, obviously, and the adjustments of boat ride, engine setup, propellers, everything goes into play moving forward.
Seafair would like to take this opportunity to thank the Boeing Airplane Company. Today's air show is made possible by Boeing. Together with 65,000 Washington State employees and more than 300 community partners, Boeing is championing the people who keep this region soaring. Thank you to Boeing for supporting Seafair for the last 76 years. Boeing, you are amazing. You're amazing to this region, this community. So many people have ties to the Boeing Company, and we certainly thank you for your support of our Seafair event. And I think our Danny Rogers is standing by with Andrew Tate. Let's go to that now. Danny?
Heat all weekend long, so I'd like to think it's a good warm-up for the final when we have 7 out there. It definitely makes a difference, just the one boat between the 5 and 4 boat heat. It's a little bit rougher for us, but it reminds me of racing back east in Quebec and on some of the river races. It's rough and nasty, but it makes for a good show.
As of right now, you will get first pick at lane assignment. Break down the process for us. What does it look like?
I don't know. Lane 4 or 5 has worked pretty well for us all weekend, so maybe we'll stick out there and just go get a good start and see what happens.
Yeah, stay on the outside. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't think anybody's buying that one.
No, I haven't seen Andrew's comedic side come out for a little while, but we should try to hold him to that and say,
Yeah.
well, I don't know. You said the outside. That was where you had to claim it.
That's oh, wow. Oh, my
It's good to see him
goodness.
smile, though.
Absolutely it
you know,
is.
he's been, like you said, so focused and everything, and he's performing so well today. It's nice to see him enjoy it for a second because he's got his work cut out for him here this afternoon.
But now one of our rules is going to come into play. With him being the top point getter, nobody can take that away from him. He's going to have first lane choice in the final. But as you were talking, go ahead, explain this to our fans.
Well, you know, we keep talking about strategy. You know, strategy. And this season, the rule is, and we spoke a lot about it, but if you are number 1 in points heading into the final, you get first pick of what lane you want. But you only get to pick lanes 1 or 2 once. You can pick it, you know, each one time. And so in Madison, Indiana, he chose lane 2. And he's left his teammate in lane 1. So he can't choose lane 2 again. So he could choose lane 1, though, correct?
He could. He is the top point getter, and that only affects the top point getter, and that only affects the final heat. We will get more into that later because we got boats on a race course. Heat 3B is upon us. Heat 3B at the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Brad Luce along with Dustin Eccles and Danny Rogers. We're expecting 4 boats in our Heat 3B. We've got all 4 of them on the water. They are running. Let's take a look at the boats and the drivers in Heat 3B. On the inside lane, there he is, young man from back east, Brandon Kennedy, driving the Royer Miss Madison. He will be in lane number 1. Lane number 2, young man from right here in the local area, and he's had a good weekend. The boat is just quietly accumulating points, he being Jeff Bernard in the U12, the Graham Trucking. Lane number 3, boy, the guy that had the big heat last time out, and they're starting to smile a little bit down there. Dylan Runne behind the wheel of Bucket List Racing. He will be in lane 3. And the guy he beat in that last heat claimed a square-up victory against him. And the guy we like to call Captain America, Jimmy Shane, driving the Miss Apollo, the U27. Look for the start to be critical in this one. It is Royer Miss Madison in 1, Graham Trucking in 2, Bucket List in 3, Miss Apollo in 4. Or inside out for the drivers, Kennedy, Bernard, Runne, Shane. What do you think, Dustin Eccles?
I'm thinking that Dylan Runne wishes he had about 2 more boats in between himself and Jimmy Shane, but he's got a fast boat ride. He's got a lot of confidence heading in here. And like you just stated, though, that U12 Graham Trucking, they're kind of the dark horse. You know, Jeff Bernard's been in the shadows all day, and he says, hey, look at those other boats. Don't pay attention to me. But he's going to be a tough one to beat also.
Absolutely. So coming up on 2:30 to the start of our Heat 3B here. This is our final preliminary heat. Last chance for boats to get points and secure their position on the front row of our winner-take-all final coming up later today. So the boats, I believe, have all scored up. We were looking at the drivers, but my understanding is everybody has come across start-finish line once as Dylan Runne comes across there in the bucket list racing. Got to be some smiles down there in that camp after the last heat, but those smiles have gone to concentration. It's on to Heat 3B now.
Yeah, and the water is just looking perfect right now out in front of us. The sun is out, and you don't see the big rollers we saw yesterday. The wind is staying perfect, so this is going to be a really good fast heat.
Yeah, Seafair starting to look a little bit like Seafair here. It's a beautiful day. Boy, there's a picture there. Look at the Seattle skyline and the backdrop there in the upper left. A beautiful day here in the Pacific Northwest. 1:30 to our start. And it's clear that Jeff Bernard and Brandon Kennedy are just going to roll slowly down to the bottom end of the race course. You can't see them on the monitor there or on your screen at home. They are below the screen as the boat coming across start-finish line. The third one up the front straightaway there is Jimmy Shane. Then it is Dylan Runne in the U40 bucket list racing coming down the front straight. He will slot himself into lane 3. You can see how wide open it is right now. 1 minute to the start of Heat 3B.
Brandon Kennedy really needs some points right now. That Royer Miss Madison, you know, they've struggled a little bit this weekend. He chose the outside in previous heats, but you see this time he's going for the inside. He's going to try to get as many points as he can to get into that final.
So there you're looking at Brandon Kennedy. He will be in lane 1 in that white boat, the Royer Miss Madison, just outside of him. And on his right will be the U12, the Graham Trucking with Jeff Bernard, coming up on 30 seconds until the start. Now you see the Miss Apollo on the outside of Jeff Bernard there. You just saw the blue cowling. Can almost read the word Apollo there. Oh, now I see orange in there. So all 4 of them are all, oh boy, this looks beautiful going through the top end of the race course. Yep, it's perfect. Now watch Shane on the outside. He's going to have to wind this thing up and come down off the exit pin at 10 seconds. That seems to be about the time to put the hammer down, and they have done it. We're inside 5 seconds. In fact, we're 3, 2, 1. Mark. Boy, these guys are getting the timing marks figured out. Jimmy Shane broke the clock on the outside with a mighty good start, but the field was with him. The start was clean, and Shane's going to get down there first, but he's got a long way to go, Dustin.
Yeah, Bernard really tight in lane number 2, and Brandon Kennedy's in the rollers. They're 3 wide right now. Shane on the outside, Runne in the middle, Bernard on the inside. Wow, what a boat race.
Yeah, boy, they are rocking and rolling up the backstretch, and now Shane starts to open it up, but Runne doesn't want to let him go. Bernard's going to have the lane position up to the top end. Here we go again. This Unlimited fleet is so fast and their competition is so close. It is that good. Shane off the top end. He's going to come down. He's trying to get out and establish a lead, but he's still got a lot of speed off to the left. Runne's in that left side rear view mirror, and Bernard's still tight to this show.
Yeah, Bernard just about a half of Rooster Tail behind Runne right now. Runne's not giving up. He's gained a little bit, but Bernard's got a good fast boat ride. They are all three still together here, and it's anybody. Runne just gains a little bit there at the exit.
Yeah, he did. Runne had a good corner down there. Now, this is usually where Shane starts to open things up a little bit because of the acceleration in that boat. It is just incredible how quick he can get off the exit pin and get the thing up to speed. Runne's going to have to try and run him down with a little bit of top end speed. It's a tall order on the shorter straightaway. Now Bernard starts to fall back just a little bit. Still got our leaders out front, and Runne's still staying there. If Shane were to make a mistake, Runne would be right there to pick up the pieces. But right now, U27, Miss Apollo, Jimmy Shane got a rooster tail now on Runne. Runne flying the boat. Water's getting a little soupy, but they're able to handle it. But now it's starting to look like it's Shane's race.
Yeah, Runne almost has overlap. He just can't quite get there on Bernard so he can go into lane number 1, but he's so close. If he picks the right time, he can actually do it. But Jeff Bernard not giving up and just keeping his nose in there on the inside. And Jimmy Shane on the outside just about has overlap to where he can move over on the whole field.
Yeah, there's pretty much a rooster tail between 1, 2, and 3 up the backstretch as Jimmy Shane has come out and said, not this time, Dylan Runne. This time it's going to belong to the Apollo because I'm going to be at the start-finish line when the clock strikes 0. He was there. He was the first one to break the clock. Your winner on the water of Heat 3B, Jimmy Shane, driving the U-27 Miss Apollo. Second place, Dylan Runne, U-40 Bucket List Racing. And I keep saying it, but a gamer, Jeff Bernard, he keeps sticking that Graham Trucking in there. These guys are just getting better and better every time they run that boat.
Yeah, that's a really impressive run for the U-40 and the U-12. You know, we know how fast that U-27 is, but he didn't leave either one of those boats. They were still there the whole time. They ran right with him, and I think one little change can change the whole outcome of that event. And right here, the U-6 Royer Miss Madison coming across here. We see a little bit of smoke coming out the exhaust, and not sure if he's having a fuel problem or definitely off the pace, but they'll get it back to the pits and see what they can come up with.
Again, we want to remind our fans, if you're fairly new or new now to H1 Unlimited Racing, what happens now, that's the racing on the water. The officials will make sure that everything is clean on the water. There wasn't any encroachment. Nobody jumped the gun, anything like that. They'll make sure everything's clean on the water. We will get that word. Then what happens is the boats go back to the pit area. They take the data acquisition boxes out of the boat. They go up to tech inspection. They go see our friend Seth Parshall up in the tech truck. They check for a couple of parameters up there from a technical aspect. Once the boats are cleared of the tech truck, then the results become official. And at that point, we'll tally up all the points that all the boats have garnered so far this weekend. And our top 6 boats are going to run for the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair in our final heat. But lots still to happen before that. We got to get our boats through tech. And as he did last time, Brandon Kennedy gives the fans on the shoreline a good buzz.
Yeah, nice to see a good run for him. I know he's hoping for some more boat speed, but they have to be really proud of the effort they put in this weekend. And just making the laps they're doing, they're having a great season so far.
Seafair would like to take this opportunity to thank Tulalip. When all you want is everything, immerse yourself in Washington's premier gaming destination with AAA 4-diamond accommodations, a full-service spa, top-notch entertainment, and award-winning restaurants. And Barnhart Cranes. Barnhart Crane is one of the largest heavy lift and heavy transport organizations in the United States with over 50 years of service to our community and customers. Barnhart prides itself on providing innovative solutions for its customers' needs. Thank you from Seafair to Tulalip Resort and Casino and Barnhart Cranes. And just like that, we are told the boats are clean on the water. So no infractions on the water. The drivers were holding lanes. Nothing wrong there. The chief referee has blessed that heat, for lack of a better term. And everything is fine, as you see Jimmy Shane stepping off of the U-27 Apollo. So that's good news. Now, if we can get the boats through tech inspection, then everything will be as it was. But until then, here are our unofficial results. Jimmy Shane, 400 points in the Miss Apollo. A good run for them. Those guys are really, really fast. Dylan Runne, another 300. You said earlier today he needed points. He's picked up 700 of them so far. That's going to get him in that final heat. They're in second place, pending tech. Graham Trucking, Jeff Bernard, 225 points for third. And Brandon Kennedy in the U6 Royer Miss Madison will come home in fourth and pick up 169. Again, pending tech inspection.
Yeah, a lot still going on. And wait to see, how that whole thing boils down. But with the data so far today, I don't want to speculate, but I think we're going to be okay. They're doing a great job of just getting the fuel flow right, getting the RPMs right and everything. Now that we're further on in the race schedule, they have a lot of heats under their belts, a lot of laps, and they have a little bit of information going into these the final heat here. So one note that I got passed along a little while ago, and it's always kind of nice to learn about the sponsorship stuff that's on some of these boats, but the Royer Miss Madison, the Royer Corp, you do a little bit of digging on their stuff and see what they do, because I was curious, and I heard Brandon yesterday talk about dice, and I'm thinking, okay, I had no idea that that's what they do. They also do swizzle sticks in small, like, cocktail stuff for drinks. They do lots of different things. So, yeah, go onto their website, check out what they do, and that's royercorp.com. They have a lot of very, very cool stuff. It's nice to learn a little bit about what some of these sponsors do that support our boat racing, and Brandon's doing a great job representing them so far.
It's interesting you say that. When we were in Madison, Indiana, I had the same thought process. I had no idea what the Royer Corporation did or does, and looked it up and found the same stuff. A lot of plastic injection molding.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Is what they do, and boy, flashbacks here. I think we just went back 60 years because all of a sudden you've got the Miss Wahoo and the Miss Bardol sitting in the water, a couple of our vintage boats that are going to be coming out very shortly. Should be 2 more in the water as well, and I look down there and I see them. The Notre Dame is in the water just to the left. In fact, if you look, those of you on the live stream, you can see the shamrock on the tail. Well, that person's kind of bending into it there, but right above the engine there is the green shamrock on the white tail of the Notre Dame. And our drone cameras there, those guys are listening to us. They're going to scroll over there maybe. Good job, guys. You're going to see the 1962 Notre Dame. There is the shamrock.
How much history is sitting there right in front of us? If those engines could tell stories.
I understand our Danny Rogers is standing by with Jimmy Shane from the last heat. Let's go to that.
Jimmy, what kind of revenge were you looking for in that heat after Dylan Runne got the best in the heat prior?
Yeah, I knew that the U40, we knew how fast the bucket list boat was after qualifying. He ran some really fast test laps on Friday. Fortunately, he had a little mishap in the first heat, which set him back in points. That actually hurt us because it put him inside of us for 2 heats. So I had to drive my butt off in heat 2B, and I couldn't catch Dylan, and I knew they were going to be fast in lane 1, but this heat with the lane draws, with him being inside of me, I knew that I had to get a flying start, keep him tight, keep him right on my inside hip, and I was lucky to pull ahead of him just far enough to start controlling the race course, splash him a little bit, get in his head, and keep the Apollo boat out front. So I think that's what got us to win that heat.
The finals are shaping up to be BWR side by side once again. Are there any conversations with Andrew prior?
We talked during the qualifying heats, testing, qualifying, and all the heats on Friday and Saturday. We're not going to say a word to each other before the final. We're not going to give away our card, and we're going to each have 2 different strategies going into the final. We'll see how the lane draws come out. I have a prediction in my head of what's going to happen. So if that's what happens, I think we have a really good boat setup. I think we have the best setup we can be for what lane we're going to be in. I think we've been testing for that all weekend, and that might have been some of our strategy, being out in lane 4. We knew we were going to be out there, but honestly, we have been testing all weekend to be in the lane we think we're going to be in for the final.
All right, we'll see. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Gee, are we getting a little cagey down there? I don't know why he's worried about lane, because apparently Andrew's going to be out in 4 or 5. He said he likes it out there.
Well,
we're not buying that either.
I want to see him arm wrestle for the outside here and see if that really comes to fruition, which I don't think it's going to. But, I like what he said about getting in Dylan's head a little bit and splashing some water on him a little bit, because I'm starting to feel like the bad guy out here, showing what these guys are doing to each other and getting a little bit wet, and, the wind blowing the water over on him, you lose your vision. But it's nice for Jimmy to come out and say, yeah, I'm rattling him a little bit. That's what I do. So it's great. I'm glad he's honest. It's cool.
We have seen that many, many, many years in the past. I know Dave Villwock, Jean Fioret went down that road, getting in each other's heads, and that's what competitors do. And Jimmy's always the great professional, and he's such a good orator, and he speaks so well and all this good kind of stuff. At the end of the day, he's a competitor, and you got to take everything he says with a little bit of a grain of salt. And same thing with Andrew Tate, but that's good. That's what competition brings out. So we're setting up for a very, very fast and good final heat.
Yeah, and you talk about 6 boats in the front row. That is going to make the water absolutely insane. It's going to be so rough out here that it's not going to come down to who's got the fastest boat. It's going to come down to who, A, nails their start, gets out front to get the cleanest water possible, and B, who's got the best boat that can drive it and keep it on top of the water and go in the right direction.
Well, we heard a little roar in the background. That roar belongs to our vintage hydroplanes, courtesy of the Hydroplane and Race Boat Museum. First boat away from the dock, the 1962 Notre Dame. That is the fourth Notre Dame hydroplane back in the day that was campaigned under the ownership of Herb Mendelson and his daughter Shirley Mendelson McDonald. The Miss Thriftway has come out, the Miss Wahoo has come out, and finally coming out on the race course now, the 1958 Green Dragon, the Miss Bardol.
Absolutely love the vintage stuff. I mean, like I said earlier, if some of these boats and engines and stuff could talk and tell the stories and all the history right now in the water is just so much fun to sit back and watch.
Yeah, and if they could tell the history of all that stuff and all the races they ran and the hydroplanes back in the day and all this and that, but if those motors were talking, they'd talk all the way back to World War II, and they were flying and they were aboard the P-51 Mustangs and so forth, and flying over Europe during World War II. So there is an awful lot of history, and not all of it is boat racing related. So 1, 2, 3, 4 unlimited hydroplanes of a different era on the water. You get a good look up there with the 62 Notre Dame on the screen, the Wahoo right next door. Where do we got? Bardol coming up on lane 1, going to be Thriftway on the far outside. So hopefully with the water conditions the way they are this time, Dustin, they struggled yesterday. It was pretty soupy and they didn't get to do much. I'm hoping, and I know they are too, that they can kind of squash the throttle a little bit here and put on a little bit better show for the fans. It's the vintage exhibition at the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Dustin, which one of those boats is your favorite? You got one?
You know, I love them all. I'm kind of partial to the Bardol, to be honest with you, just because it's pretty much original. You know, it is. I've always loved the Green Dragon. I've always loved, just the Bardol boats altogether, the Checkerboard Comet. But that's one of the original ones. It's not a reproduction. It's got so much history involved with it, and I love the story behind it.
It is indeed a lot of history and a great story behind it. Here comes all four of them. They'll fan out off the top end of the race course. Hopefully we see a little rooster tail here. Maybe the guys can give it a little squirt and come down with a little bit of vintage thunder on Lake Washington. The sound of yesteryear from back in the late 50s and into the early 60s. Good looking stuff.
Yeah, great photo up there. And we saw Jerry Heiser stand on it pretty good earlier when he was giving a ride. So yeah, we know this water is looking pretty good for him. So it's nice to see him leg it out a little bit.
And that right there is the sound that everybody learned to love in the Pacific Northwest in the late 50s and the early 60s, and where they got the name Thunderboat.
You see the drivers, wrestling the steering wheel through the corners. It's not like the modern day boats where they just, the seat is containing them. These guys are in a cushion, and they can fall out, but the steering wheel's great, big, giant, and they're in there wrestling a bear around just trying to get this thing around the corners. So it's pretty cool.
We need to get Dustin Eccles out there. I think we need to make this happen.
One of these days.
I got a hunch you wouldn't turn down that offer.
Oh, no, not by a long shot. No, but
you'd put that headset down so fast and be gone. I'm out of here, Luce. It's your baby. Take it.
Yeah, they do so much cool things down at the museum, and it's nice to see these guys get out there and showcase them in front of all of us. And we're pretty lucky just to sit on the beach here and watch them put on a show for us here. Thriftway is starting to pick it up a little bit on the outside. I just love the lines of that boat.
It's very cool. Well, and we touched on this yesterday, but if there was ever an unlimited hydroplane that was at the heart of the Detroit-Seattle rivalry, in the 50s and into the 60s. It was Miss Thriftway, and not only any Miss Thriftway, that one. The 1955 Miss Thriftway, which had the Gold Cup taken away in Seattle based on bonus points and taken back to Detroit. And then in 1956, that boat, that little Thriftway, went back and claimed it again, but the victory didn't happen immediately. It took 76 days in a courtroom and came back out here with the Gold Cup in 1957, and Muncie won it, and that boat rammed the dock. He was so excited coming back in. He didn't shut it off till a little late, and the entire crew got on the deck of the boat, and there was no controversy, and it almost was a little bit of a letdown in 1957 that he won it fair and square. And wait, you mean nobody's mad? We're not going to have any protests or rhubarbs? Or it was a clean win, and it was just that was the height of it all, of the Detroit-Seattle rivalry.
It just goes to show, you know, this sport has had so much raw emotion for so long, and so much work goes into making these boats competitive and get them on the water. And, you know, at the end of the weekend, it all comes down to that final heat. And, you know, back in the 50s, they had just the same emotions that we have in current day, and it shows.
A good look at your Bardall coming down the front chute there, boy. Just running right into your living room, those of you watching on the H1 Unlimited live stream. See if I can reach forward and check the flag. I think we're probably on our white flag lap, and indeed we are.
And the Notre Dame out there, Brad, I mean, you might not know, but that is an original boat, but it was that wasn't the original Notre Dame. Is that correct?
That is correct. That boat, believe it or not, was originally the Dewey's Lumberville.
Okay.
And it was the Dewey's Lumberville, but it was mostly known as the Seafair's Mist. And then I like to joke with people. I go, it is a Gold Cup winner. And most people go, Brad, you're pretty good with some of this history stuff, but that boat never won a Gold Cup. Well, yeah, it did, because it played the role of Miss Madison in the Madison movie.
Oh.
And I think if you watch that, they won that Gold Cup that day. So, yeah, that boat played the role of Madison. And I was working for the museum at that time, helping restore the vintage 67 Budweiser, and we needed a boat with drop sponsons to play the role of Madison. We found that one, and that's the boat that they used. And so, yeah, I say it claimed a Gold Cup.
I did not know that. That's pretty cool. They've done a great job with that thing. It's gorgeous, and Kip Brown does a great job driving it, and I know he loves it. It's fun to see him behind the wheel. And
for those of us, I always say, is of a certain vintage, that powder blue, white, and that green shamrock, there were so many Notre Dames, but that's what they all looked like. They all followed the same color scheme and just that simple shamrock on the tail. Herb Mendelson, who owned and began the Notre Dame racing lineage, was a member of the Board of Commerce for the University of Notre Dame. He asked him if he could put the seal of the University of Notre Dame on the nose of that boat and run it as the Notre Dame. He was granted permission to do so, and that began a tradition of hydroplane racing for the Notre Dames. Or as like you said, maybe they named the university after the hydro. I like that idea.
Hey, that's the way I know it. So
it's your story, and you're sticking with it. So that's our vintage exhibition for the morning half here of H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. I think we are going to step away. We're going to take a break. We will be back as soon as there is more action, or we have confirmation of our final and official finish order for Heat 3A and 3B. We'll go check on that right now, and we will be back. Don't go too far. For Danny Rogers and Dustin Eccles, this is Brad Luce saying stick with us. We'll be back. Welcome back to the start-finish line tower on Seattle's Lake Washington. It's the scene and the site this year for the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair for H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. You are watching H1's coverage on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. I'm Brad Luce, along with Dustin Eccles. We are sitting here at the start-finish line. Our Danny Rogers has been down in the pit area providing us with interviews throughout the morning, and we have had some great racing, Dustin Eccles. We had 2A, 2B, which kept us on our toes. You got really excited in one of them. Then we had 3A and 3B. They did not disappoint. And I think now that our results are official, our final field is set. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's go back to Heat 3A, and let's take a look at the now official results. And there they are. And as expected, nothing changed. But Andrew Tate picks up 400 more points in the Heat 3A is the official winner in the BWR Racing U1. Second place goes to J. Michael Kelly. He needed points, and he got a bunch of them there. He picked up 300 in the Beacon Plumbing Presents Maverick. Third place went to teammate Corey Peabody in the Beacon Plumbing Presents the Tahoe Miss. The Miss FLAV-R-PAC with Jamie Nilsen had a tough one in that heat. He was tardy at the start and paid the price. Came home in fourth place. And then Gunnar O'Farrell picked up 127 points in the Beacon Plumbing Presents KZOK, but he provided everybody with a little excitement. Before the heat started, he had, and you called it, you saw it, the flat spin up at the exit pin of turn 2. That took him out of the heat, but it also almost caused a tough situation here.
Yeah, I was keeping a close eye on the flags just above us to make sure that they didn't stop the heat. And, I was looking down there, and before the start, his left sponson really dug into a hole, and it spun him around so fast he didn't even see it coming. But luckily, he was able to get it restarted, get clear of the field, and let everybody come down and make a good start.
Yeah, had he stayed up there, we probably would have had to black flag the heat, and that would have caused all kinds of trouble given our tight schedule with the air show here. But it didn't happen, so that is your official finish order for Heat 3A. We then moved on to Heat 3B. We had another good one, and now our results are official for that one as well. Jimmy Shane picks up 400 points with the Miss Apollo in the U27, a first place finish. Dylan Runne, another strong run, 300 points in second place with Bucket List Racing. Jeff Bernard, another 225 for the U12 Graham Trucking, rounding out the four-boat field. Brandon Kennedy in fourth place picks up 169 points in the Royer Miss Madison. So another good heat of racing. Our four today were all very, very competitive. Water conditions great, air conditions great. Actually, it's a nice day now. It's turned into a pretty good day.
It took a little while, but we're there now. Yeah, it's beautiful out there. You can see some blue sky peeking through, and the water conditions could not be any better right now. And yeah, I'm a pretty happy guy as a hydro fan sitting here waiting for the final heat to come in front of us.
So the way this works now is they take all of those points, which are now official, and they add them all up, and they put the boats in order from top to bottom, most points to fewest points, and the top 6 boats in those point totals run on the front row of our final heat that's going to come up later today. And then the 7th boat will be our trailer. So while the boats have not yet chosen their lanes for our final heat, we do know the final 7 boats that will run and the final 6 that will be on the front row. And here they are. Andrew Tate will be on the front row in the BWR Racing. He's got 1,400 points. He's had a great weekend so far. So has Jimmy Shane. He's got 1,280 points. He will be in the final heat. He's going to be joined by Dylan Runne with 947 in the U40 Bucket List Racing. Jamie Nilsen, 869 points. He is the 4th boat to make it into the final in the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. Then it is the Beacon Plumbing Presents Tahoe Miss with Corey Peabody, 835 points. And rounding out our front row, Jeff Bernard. He was quietly getting it done all weekend, just slowly stuffing more points in his back pocket, and it definitely paid off. And by the skin of his teeth, it paid off. Jeff Bernard is number 6 on the list with 835 points, and the U12, the Graham Trucking. But I want you to look at the point totals there. Between 5 and 6, that looks like the same number to me, not a misprint. Corey Peabody and Jeff Bernard both have 835 points. Corey Peabody will choose his lane before Jeff Bernard, because if you tie in points, we default to the qualifying speed. Corey qualified faster. But if that wasn't close enough for you, check out the trailer boat. J. Michael Kelly, Beacon Plumbing, presents Maverick. He is 1 point behind our 5th and 6th boat on the list. I don't know that I've ever seen it quite that tight. 3 boats separated by 2 points.
No, and even you go up there and look at 4th position. I mean, 4th position is right there, too. I mean, we keep talking about the way that these heats are run in this format. I mean, this shows you how important every single point is. And one little thing that would have changed during this weekend would have changed this outcome completely from what you're seeing right now.
So now, this is the order. Those are the boats that are going to run in the final heat. That is the order they get to select their lane. So Andrew Tate has the most points on the weekend. He gets to choose his lane first. And he can choose any lane he wants, except he can only choose lane 1 and 2 once as the top point getter on the weekend, which he is now. He was the top point getter on the weekend in Madison, Indiana. He chose lane 2. So lane 2 is off the table. And lane 2 is off the table. So that's the only lane he can't choose. He can choose 1, 3, anything else he wants. And he doesn't care about that. We heard him talking earlier. He's going to be on the outside or something, and you and I aren't buying that.
He also has a bridge he'll sell you in Arizona. So, I would be absolutely blown away if those guys choose anything other than the inside. And I think, we touched on it a little bit. Andrew chose lane number 2 in Madison is, kind of a safety decision because he didn't really want to be on the inside. And so he still has that inside lane choice that he can choose. So, and his not so teammate, Jimmy Shane, he chose the inside lane in Tri-Cities. So, being that he has the second choice, he can still choose lane number 2. So technically, they could be in lanes 1 and 2 right now, which is kind of leads into the whole strategy of the season. The season in general strategy, not just the race itself.
And I don't think there's anybody down in the pit area that thinks you're going to see anything other than that lane 1 and lane 2. I do have a technical question for you. Does it make it harder for you to stand up from your chair when I'm standing on your cord, your headset cord? Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was hindering you that way.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for the day, so
there we go.
No worries.
So we're going to turn it over to the air show now. Mark Christopher is going to come on. For those of you up and down the shoreline, Mark Christopher will tell you everything you need to know that is happening above the water. But that's what's going on from the H1 side. Our officials have left the tower. They have already started working their way back to the pit area so they can do the lane selections. And once that's done, we'll have them for you, but we'll come back with that after the air show. So that's the situation here at the start-finish line. That's the situation with H1 Unlimited at the 2026 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Dustin, I think it's time we get to go get a sandwich and get something to eat, but we're going to be back. We hope you'll stick with us and be with us too. The final heat is next up for H1 Unlimited, but we got a little break. It's coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Don't miss it. It'll be a 5-lap barn burner with 7 boats on the race course. Don't go too far away. We'll see you after the air show.
Hi, I'm J. Michael Kelly. You're watching H1 Unlimited on YouTube.
side by side. This is for the checker